Good evening, everybody. Why is that thing showing up there? We're back for another stream. The 747 is out, people. I know that wasn't the best video, but I was in a rush, and that was the best 747 video with music that I could find to start the stream with. So we're here. We've got our 747. We've got our beer. It's gonna be a good night, people. So we're going to fly the 747 400. I'm still speechless over how beautiful this thing is. We're going to be flying the 747 at 400 all the way from Sydney all the way across to Auckland tonight. Now, as much as I want to get into exploring this thing and getting ground ops and everything going, the first thing we always do here on stream is plan our flight, and that is exactly what we're going to do. I've already pulled up Flight Finder, so I know exactly what call sign I'm going to use. We're going to be going from Sydney to Auckland tonight, so we're going to be coming in there, and we're going to be departing through there. So it's going to be our route.
Microphone
I'm going to unmute that stuff. So that's going to be our route. We're going to be flying New Zealand. What did I decide on? 104. That's what I think it's going to be. Sydney, Auckland. It's probably going to have our route. Yeah, it's got our route, except we don't want that star. So we're going to do that. We're going to go down here, and for the first time ever, ladies and gentlemen, we get to select that option, which is pretty cool. So the next thing we actually do need to do, which I forgot to do beforehand, is go into here. Nope, that one. Ooh, service vehicles option. That sounds pretty cool. Payload. Set random. Let's get a nice heavy load just to give us a bit of challenge on the first flight today. Come on! Wow. Payload randomizer does not like me today, apparently. Wow. I want to get something above 70% if I can. Okay, there we go. We'll just go with that. Looks like about as much as when you get there. So 25 plus 34 plus 194. 253 passengers today. I'm going to go back to the browser and put that in at 253. And how much cargo? 10197 plus 8710 plus 1609 gives us 20.5. Can bring it down to 19 just because centrifuge there's some weird things. So bring it down to just 19 there, and that looks good. So we're going to generate that flight plan. And while that generates, we'll go back to the simulator. If I go ground operations, yeah, don't think we are going to do that. Nice. So you work to set the fuel. So speaking of fuel, we've got our details here. So we're going to ETOPS fuel is required 42729 kilograms. 42729 kilograms of fuel today. Nice light load to get us started. There we go. Next up, we're gonna, nope, that's not the browser I wanted to select. I've got so many browser tabs open that sometimes I select the wrong one. So we're going to go back to the browser. We're going to download the flight plan. And we're also going to hit the That's and Prefile button. And I will need to log into here. Maybe. There we go. And get my That's and password and ID. Gonna ignore that. Just 370. That looks all good today. I'm gonna file that flight plan. Now that has been dealt with. Where's vPilot? There is vPilot. Connect. ANZ 10. I went with 108, didn't I? Didn't I? No, I went 104. I'm stupid. So we're gonna go Boeing 744 for the first time ever. Connecting. We got the flight plan. Okay, that is done. I'm still in awe of how absolutely beautiful this thing is. This is just... This is insane. This is just insanely beautiful aircraft. And we're going to have a great time flying it tonight. So, flight plan's filed, vPilot's connected, fuel's loaded, payload's loaded. What else do I need to do? I need to connect that. Let's see what the VAS usage is, actually. 77%. Not bad, considering how beautiful this aircraft is, and the fact that we're in Flight Tampa Sydney, and the fact that I'm running ridiculously high settings. So, that's that all dealt with. I'm going to close out of that. I'm going to load the flight plan into the good old electronic flight bag, so we'll just do that real quick.
Mate.
Yeah, mate. You're on stream, say hi.
I'm through 13,000. The takeoff is, if you got the rollers, beautiful.
What do you mean the Rolls Royce?
Yeah, their nickname's rollers.
Ah.
And the weather radar, like when you put it out to 80 miles, it gives you 80 miles.
Nice.
And when you put it out to 160, it expands to 160.
Nice.
It's not like the 777NG where it's at like 40 miles.
Anyway, you should like totally tune into my stream and start yelling at people. I'm kidding. So where was I?
A bit later.
So now that we've got fuel and everything loaded, we're gonna go ground connections. We're gonna request ground power apparently.
I'm tripping out.
We have to apparently request ground power now. So it looks like they're finally connecting it.
These CRTs are amazing.
Okay, so we've got ground power. Let's request the air conditioning unit as well, because it is Sydney, so it's probably quite hot.
22. It was 22.
Oh, not too bad. We'll request the air conditioning unit anyway, just to set.
Okay.
Is that... hello, little PMDG vehicle. Are you bringing my air conditioning cart, are you?
What do you expect to say? Yes.
I think... Nick, you just... yeah, so that little PMDG vehicle has bought us our air conditioning unit. We're not going to use an air start unit because that's stupid.
Okay, what does a line through LNAV mean? I'm getting a line through LNAV and it's stopping it from turning. What's with that?
I do not know.
Autopilot.
Yeah, there's probably something to do with your autopilot. That's pretty safe assumption. So, let's request forward, mid, aft, gallery, and cabin cleaning, I think. And lavatory. Let's just request all of those.
What it was doing.
While those guys are arriving, let's see here. Battery. Oh my god, that power up sound. There we go. What is beeping at me? Something's beeping at me already. Oh my god. What is beeping at me? Let's
Is that
see.
into your plane?
What do we need? Let's align the IRSs. Leave all of that off for now. Emergency lights. Arm and guard. Let's actually just go lower panel, a little bit easier to work with. Ooh, I'm not going to touch that yet. We'll touch that at the end of the flight, see what that does. Maintenance panel up there. Some of those actually work. That's pretty cool to see. What else have we got? Don't need that, don't need that. Don't need any of those. Don't need fuel yet. Looks all good. We'll put the nav lights on and the logo lights on for now. Got the... Hey Nick, do you know with the air conditioning cart, do I actually need to put the packs on to normal for that to work?
Yeah.
Packs on to normal then.
So. I think so. I'm not familiar entirely with the 7.4.
Yeah, nobody is, so we'll just see what happens.
Yeah. Give it a couple of weeks. Everyone will be a know-it-all.
Are you Qantas 711, are you?
No.
Okay, that must be somebody else taking it out for a spin. Radios, we're going to set the radios here, 122.8, and just so that everybody's aware, I have not touched the manuals yet. I make it a tradition to never touch the manuals until after I've flown it for the first time. It's more fun that way. Oh wow, those are down there. Okay, seatbelts to auto.
Glad the parking passes are on the way.
I know. So we've got the caterers there and everywhere. And oh, there's the fueler over there as well, and looks like the lavatory truck. And holy cow, this ground service stuff is pretty cool. Don't know what that's showing in the center there, but whatever. This is pretty cool. Well, Ross, it is a big aircraft, and it is a trans-Tasman flight, so we need to make sure we've got dinner for everybody on board. Because like the first flight, we've got to totally load extra food. Back inside, so those are powered up. We're going to set that to Squawk 2000. Auto brakes down there. Okay, we'll set those through RTO. We'll set the parking brake. What else do we need? What's this? Apparently nothing important. Just the detail on this is absolutely insane. So I'm going to go and do what I think I need to do. So yeah, we'll figure this out as we go, people. We'll start with the FMC now that that's up, and we're going to put that onto FS actions. Service vehicles, so cabin cleaning's done, fueling's done, and those two are done. So if we do that, there we go. So there's the cleaners coming away. Lavatory and water service guys will be, I assume, those two there, so they'll be pulling away, and the fuel truck will be, yep, that's coming down as well. Yep, there you go, those guys. So we'll turn off catering in a second, but first I want to go through the FMC first. So, oh wow, okay. That's, wow, that's awesome. So there's that. Ross, that is actually part of the 747 package. PMDG made their own ground service vehicles and included it with the 747. From what I understand, you can manually trigger them like I have, or they also arrive if you're using the ground operations setting, which is an automated setting which automates all of it. But yeah, I'm probably going to use GSX for pushback though, just because PMDG don't seem to have implemented pushback to the same level that GSX has. I could be wrong, but I'd rather use something I know for pushback right now and experiment with the PMDG pushbacks later on. So we can. Oh wow, that's pretty cool. Yeah, well, Ross, the 737 is pretty old. This is literally the latest and greatest. So you never know. You might see them port some of it back further down the line, but we'll have to see. Stream, are you going to wake up? There we go. Ross Chris 10. Thank you for the follow, sir, and welcome to the flight. And what a flight it is going to be tonight. I'm going to get back down to working on the FMC. We're departing Sydney, bound for Auckland. Hey, Nick. Oh, God, has he muted himself, has he? Yes, he has, so never mind. What is the weather at Sydney today? That is the question. I think the more important question is where the heck did my active sky go? From the UK even. Well, I am literally on the opposite side of the world for you. How cool is that? That we can still be able to communicate and enjoy this amazing aircraft. But yeah, so I live in New Zealand, so yeah, I am literally opposite side of the world from you. Active sky, can you like... What the hell? There it is. Okay. For some reason it just... Nope, that's not what I want. There we go, so active sky. Winds 16, so we'll be using runway 16 right for departure. If we go to the electronic flight bag, I'll show you that on here. So, we're parked just here at Sydney, and this is the overview of Sydney Airport. I wish they'd incorporate an electronic flight bag like this into some of the actual aircraft, but unfortunately, this is the best we've got. So we'll be departing at this nice long runway here, 16 right. So we'll probably end up taxiing. We'll push back, taxi along there, taxi down there, and depart. Anyway, so 16 right. There we go, so you can see that it's actually popped up on there now. Flight number ANZ 104, so we're flying at New Zealand 104. The actual route itself, I'm just going to grab from vPilot real quick. Avon to Lima 521 Airway, following that through to Lunby. Activate that route. We're going to plan departure right now as well, just to make it a bit easier on us later on. So, I need the Sydney charts first. Thankfully, Air Services Australia publishes all their charts online for us, for basically anyone to use, which is awesome. So we want the SIDS departing 16 right. We want the jet SIDS specifically. We want that one, and that one. So that one doesn't really go where we want. That one's probably going to be the one we want, Campy 3. Yeah, I'm gonna say we want Campy 3 and then direct from Campy direct Avon. So that's what we're gonna do. 16 right, Campy 3. Execute that. So now if we go and if we bring that to plan, let me go legs. There we go. Dunes, Campy, grab Avon, then a left turn direct to Avon. That seems pretty good. God, this just looks and feels amazing, guys. I'm speechless for how well they've done on this, but we'll have to see how it performs once we actually get into flight. Preference going to be next, so we'll grab the 0 fuel weight. We're going to just put reserves of 1, cost index 100, cruise altitude 370. Step size is actually going to be 2,000 feet. Interesting. Payload. We don't have a... I guess that's automatically loaded. I don't know, we'll see. Execute that. Thrust limit. We're just going to go standard takeoff thrust here. What flap options do we have? That is a very good question. We have 1, 5, 10, 20, 25, 30. So I think we'll use flaps 10 for departure today. That's giving us V speeds. Wow, those are some low V speeds. Wow, okay. I guess it is big aircraft, so we will use those and we'll grab the trim. There we go, plus 5.4, so we won't be able to set that yet, I don't think. Cool, so that is the CDU pre-flight completed. Now, before we go any further, we're going to go back to here. Crap. Service vehicles. We're going to release the galley aircraft. Request forward, aft, bulk cargo. When we don't need steers. So I'm going to leave you guys with that while they get everything loaded up. And while they do get everything loaded up, I am just going to put my keyboard away real quick and get the yoke out, which I've already checked all my config settings for, so that's a good thing. So at least I know it's going to work with the 747, so that's always a good thing. Just move my cords around. Okay, there we go. Yoke is in place there. Wow, that's some pretty good detail on the cargo base as well. Question is the... Unfortunately, it doesn't look like these guys are going to bring cargo around, sadly. Maybe that's what happens with the automated turnaround stuff. I don't know, I'll have to investigate that later on. But we'll leave those guys there. What does this do? Don't need that. Don't need that. I think it's time to start the APU. What do you guys think? I reckon we start the APU. Which means we're probably going to need fuel pumps. Holy shit. This is a complex fuel system. Where do we have fuel is the question, I think. How do I answer that? That is actually a very good question. Hell, that is a very good question. I'm just going to press buttons and see what happens. No centered fuel tank stuff. Okay. APU starting up, hopefully. And we'll put standby power to automatic. Oh dear, I can't hear it. That's not a good sign. That is not a good sign at all. What are we doing? What are we doing wrong, people? That is... What are we doing wrong? Why is there nothing on this display? Is there any controls anywhere for these displays? Doesn't look like it. Oh, we got duct pressure. There we go, APU's running. Oh my god, there's actually smoke effects coming out of the APU if you guys can see that. That's awesome. That is actually awesome. Okay, so we can APU gens on. We can get them to disconnect external power now. And at the same time, we've got the APU bleed running. There's Qantas 747 over there. Got the APU bleed running. Okay, nope, that's not the panel I wanted. That's the panel I wanted. So let's make sure after cargo heat on. Packs are all on normal. Don't need high flow. So that all looks good. So I think we can also disconnect the air conditioning unit now as well. And probably start switching hydraulic pumps to automatic. There we go. We have hydraulics, boys. So trim plus 5.4. Okay. So that's about 5. So if we put it about there, that should be good. That looks about 5.4 to me. Okay, so we'll set up the MCP. So we'll bring the flight directors on. We're going to bring... That's good. What do we need to do? Runway heading. What is runway heading? 155. So we will set that. Oh, I love those bouncing numbers. 155. Straight up to cruising altitude, 37,000 feet, because there's no air traffic control. And IS2V2 is 154. I like to add a buffer, so we're going to set it to 160. I'm going to do this now because I forgot earlier. 1011. I'm going to have to change that because I don't like the way that does it. Flight path vector, those are both off. I think we can get ready for pushback now, so we're just going to use GSX for pushback just because I know it and I know it works. We'll just use version Australia. Why? Customize airport position. Both. Let's try that again. Prepare for pushback. Virgin Australia. Can I get my options? No options. Why am I getting no options for pushback? All we need is the left pushback, so we'll set it to that. And try it again. Let's maybe try Qantas. Nope, no pushback from Qantas. Well, so much for that. It looks like we will be using. I don't know why this isn't working, but apparently we will be using PMDG pushback after all. So that's fun. So we'll go over here. Return. Service vehicles. We will release all 3 of those. And we're going to go pushback. I'm going to turn the tail left 90 degrees. And I'm just going to go with the standard distance. So we're going to close the main exit. Apparently, okay. So we're gonna, okay, we're gonna close those doors. There we go, that's better. Make sure everything else is closed, which it looks like it is. Arm all the doors. And we'll get ready for pushback. So we'll pull the jetway back. There it goes. Remove the wheel chocks. Start pushback.
Go ahead. We've been cleared for pushback and start. They want the tail to our left. Roger that. Ready for pushback. Tail to the left. Ready sprint rig, please.
Before we do, I just want to make sure that whatever, we'll figure it out.
Brakes released.
No pushback tug though, that's a bit sad.
Brakes released. Here we go.
So I'll just double check there's no ATC while I'm pushing back. No, there isn't, so we're good. Okay, let's see if we can start the engines on this thing. Starting free. Oh yeah, there we go. And there's a random truck that's about to run right through us. Yay, thank you, Fly Tampa. While that's running, we'll pull the next engine. And start that as well. Oops, I know what we forgot to do. We forgot to turn packs off. Now, does the starter cut out automatically on this or not? That is the question. We'll soon find out, I guess. I have a feeling it might not. Because that's still... So if I push that in, the engine's still going. Yep. So we're going to pull the other two engines. Pushback went a little bit far, but oh well. Not much we can do about it.
Pushback complete. Parking brake set.
Oh my god, they've actually got engine exhaust. Look at it, that's awesome.
Pin is pulled. Watch for the salute. Release your guidance on your right. Have a good flight.
Wow, that's awesome. Okay, so that drive... Now we'll just wait for all our lights to extinguish here. Don't want to do anything until all of our stuff is illuminated. Fuel tank engine, what does that mean? Maybe it means some of these aren't turned on when they should be. Oh my god, what am I doing? Oh, fuck. I'm sorry, guys. Thank you, Mick, for telling me that. I'm sorry, I'm so caught up in this thing. I apologize. That's absolutely terrible of me. I'm sorry. Okay, what have we got? Almost all the generators are on, we're just missing engine 4. So I think we can safely turn the APU off. Turn the TCAS on. Water brakes set, that's all set down there. Comms are set. Flaps 10. Let's go and have a look at these flaps, shall we? Wow, that is some pretty good detail on the flaps. Yeah, you can see the engine exhaust effects there. It's pretty cool. Whoa! Holy cow, those are some detailed flaps. Oh my god, those are some detailed flaps. Holy cow! Are you guys seeing this? That's... They've even got the rotated... They've even got the rods. Whoa, okay. That's a bit cool. We still have that fuel tank slash engine warning there. But everything seems to be fine. Let me poke my friend who's already airborne and see if he knows.
What's up?
I got a fuel tank slash engine ICAS warning. Any ideas?
Yes. Go to your overhead.
Yep.
Go to your fuel panel.
Yep.
Should be right above the lights, above the or your anti-ice. See how you've got your override forward and aft,
Yep.
and on the left override 2 forward and aft, override 3 forward and aft. Turn the overrides off and turn your cross feeds off.
Okay, overrides off. Crossfeeds off.
And are your center tanks off?
Yes.
Yep. Then their message will go away after about.
Yeah, it's gone.
10 seconds.
Cheers, thanks Nick. You're a lifesaver.
Nice. Yeah.
I was like, there's got to be something I'm doing wrong here, but I can't be
Yeah.
bothered looking stuff up here. Okay, taxi lights on. I think we're ready for taxi, boys. This should be interesting. Let me just confirm my... Yes, my levers are active, so that's good. Release parking brake, and let's get this thing going. Even with 4 engines, requires a decent amount of power to actually get it moving. Whoa, what the heck was that? I think that must be Active Sky doing some weird stuff. And that sound is just amazing. Let's put a bit more power in. And let's turn the packs on again before I forget about them again. Whoops. So it's going to be a bit of a bad weather takeoff, but we'll see how we go. This is just... I can't even begin to tell you guys how amazing this... Whoa! Holy cow. That 30 knots ground speed on taxi does not feel like 30 knots ground speed on taxi. Holy cow. That's insane how it feels like this thing's going so slow because you're so high up, but it's actually going 30 knots. So we want to be turning left. Not there because that's International 4. We want to be turning left just up here. So I'm actually taxiing at idle speeds right now. Whoa. It's actually bumping along as it goes along the ground. That's awesome. Put a bit of diff brakes in to get us through the turn. Not entirely sure what that thing is that's just bouncing along that says it's in the middle of my aircraft. I'm actually just gonna... Yep, Samsor, this is... You're probably right, but this is my first time flying it, and my first time flying anything. What the heck? What the heck's the thing that I'm looking for? Traffic. Let's just turn that off. Yeah, whenever I'm flying something for the first time, I never... Random cones, okay. I never actually fly them... I never actually fly them, like, properly the first time. Like, I mean, I'll try my best, but I have not read a single manual, so... It was going to be interesting. Put a bit more power in to keep us going, so slowing down a bit there. Get back in the cockpit. We're still going 15 knots. It just feels so slow. It's insane. It's like if you're in the triple... I guarantee if you're in the 777, you'd feel like you were going a lot faster than you are in this thing. You just... Being so high up just changes your perception of speed along the ground during taxi so much. It's insane. It's just... I'm pretty sure you guys are realizing this, but I'm at a loss for words to describe how just absolutely amazing this aircraft feels. PMDG have done a insanely good job on this. An insanely good job. Anyway, we're coming up to the runway, so we'll grab some more beer real quick. Start bringing it around and turn. Turned a bit too early there, I think. There you go, so we'll just sit it here real quick while I do a final check. Landing lights on, taxi lights off. Auto throttle is armed. MCP is set. Oh, so there's where that is. I've been looking for that. Bot, why did you just do that? I mean, I've been wondering where that panel... I feel like an idiot now that I completely missed the bloomin' control panel over there. Deaf Haven, thank you very much. You joined us just at the right time. We are literally about to... depart, and I am going... Somebody just asked me if this is the new if the new 747, so I'm just going to give them a link to the stream, because why not? What am I looking for? I need to bring that screen back and that screen back. Okay, so we're clear on the approach. The only other air traffic around is that Jetstar and Air France guy. We're good for takeoff. Doors auto, auto brakes RTO. Cool. Put some breakaway power in. Once we're lined up, I'm gonna go 40%. I'm gonna go engines up, toga, and then I'm gonna quickly switch to the outside view just so we can hear those fabulous Rolls-Royce engines. Heck, I might just activate toga from in here, from out here, I should say.
On runway 16 right.
Okay, we're pointing down the center line. Here we go. Toga. That sounds amazing. Volproof, thank you for the follow, sir. Welcome to the flight. Whoops. Nope, we're going to have to go back in. Oh, wow, that rattled. V1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. And we're away, people. My first flight with the 747. 400 feet, select LNAV. Still on thrust hold. Okay. Whoa. Bring it down to climb thrust. Put it on VNAV. There we go, thrust ref. Icor, thank you for the follow, sir, and welcome to the flight. Okay, we can go flaps 5. I'm just going to go flaps 1, flaps up, and I'm just going to put it on autopilot. Because I want to have a look at this thing on the outside as we come up through the climb with the flaps retracting. Volper, so far, hell yes. That sound alone. And that wing flex. Whoa. That's some insane wing flex going on there. You can actually see the engine exhaust coming out the back of the engines as well, which is pretty cool. Landing gear up and off. Do I have... Nope, that doesn't do anything. Do I have any sort of cabin call button? That is my current question. Apparently not. Oh, we're coming up. We're still going for a bit of bumps here. Icor, it's actually surprisingly not that hard. I just got in it and flew. I haven't read any manuals. I mean, I do have quite a fair knowledge of how these aircraft work anyway, but I just got in it and flew, and it's been not that bad so far. We'll have to see what it's like once we get into Auckland, though. "10,000 feet, landing lights off." Oops. There we go. And seatbelts actually have automatically gone off, which is pretty cool. Not sure why those are sitting there in the red. Icor, I'd liken the 400, the 747-400 to be more like the 737, simply because they were in the same sort of time frame. If you're looking at the 747-800, however, that one I'd compare more to the 777 because again they're in the same sort of time period. But I'd liken this to basically a 4-engined 737 at this point. Obviously there are some differences, some more complex systems simply because it is 4 engines, but that would probably be the closest aircraft I could compare it to. This thing is just beautiful though. And that sound is... I don't know how well the sound's coming through for you guys, but for me it's just... I'm honestly speechless. I don't know how to describe how amazing this sound is compared to every other aircraft I've flown in prepared 3D. Just seeing that massive wing flex going on as well is insane. Wonder if they've put in any. Oh yeah, there's the upper deck. And true to PMDG tradition, they've put in basic interior in it, which is pretty cool to see. That is just beautiful. Seeing that wing flex from this point of view as well is absolutely amazing. Oh, pardon me. Why does my bot keep making my chat disappear? There we go. I'll tell you what, I've flown on the 747-400 a couple of times. In fact, the only times I've ever flown it was with Air New Zealand. And both times, all 3 times I should say, I was actually on the top deck in premium economy. It's quite interesting. Air New Zealand actually configured their... You should be watching my stream. Just seriously, Nick. But yeah, so an interesting fact. Air New Zealand configured their 747-400s quite differently from the way I would imagine most airlines did. I would imagine most airlines configured it, Big Gaming Live. Yes, I am flying on VATSIM. We're doing it Sydney to Auckland. Currently no air traffic control, but hopefully we'll get some once we get into New Zealand, because there's an event on there tonight that includes one of the airports that we are flying to. So yeah, going back to the configuration. Most airlines, I would imagine, I could be wrong about some of them, but most airlines, I would imagine, would put the upper deck full business class, simply because it's an upper deck, it's small, it radiates exclusivity, it's a natural choice just to make all business class. Air New Zealand, however, and I can say this with confidence because I have been on one of these, everything behind the door here, so everything from there backwards, is premium economy. Volper, unfortunately, that ain't gonna happen, my friend. There's no way I'm gonna risk getting caught handing out this thing for free, because I don't want to. Considering how much it costs, that is the only thing that makes it a little bit iffy for some people, is the actual cost of it. But in my opinion, it is worth it. But yeah, so everything this door backwards was premium economy. And everything from the door forwards was business class. So you could actually, and I really like the way Air New Zealand did that. I'm just sad that they don't have the 747 anymore. But what that meant was, if you didn't have the money to afford business class, but you still wanted to splurge and go on the 747 top deck for a flight, you could. You'd just be doing it as premium economy. I did that 3 times I've done that 3 times while Air New Zealand had them. All 3 times it was absolutely amazing. Because of the fact that it's half business class, half premium economy, it meant that, and the fact that there's only one galley, that's the critical thing here. It meant that you got the same flight attendants that business class people did. So you got the same service as business class passengers. You also, I think, got the same food. I can't confirm that though. Dandad J Pilot, hopefully I've said your name correctly. If not, I apologise. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the flight, my friend. That is actually an interesting way of doing it as well, Ross. Is that a 747-400 or a 747-800? I think they're 747-400s for Virgin Atlantic, if I remember correctly. But you know, I definitely prefer that sort of way of doing it, of allowing people who can't afford business class the enjoyment and the absolute magic of being on the top deck of a 747. I'm honestly, that wing flex is scaring me a bit. I'm not used to seeing wing flex with an engine on it. It's Snaptracks. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the flight, my friend. But yeah, so I definitely prefer that way of doing it with the 747. It means that, like I say, people who can't afford business class still get to experience the magic that is flying on the top deck of a 747. I mean, obviously there's the A380s now, but it still doesn't beat the magic of a 747 in my opinion. Just simply because... Now, here's where the magic comes in for a 747 top deck versus an A380 top deck, in my personal opinion. The magic of the 747 top deck is that you sit up there, you look around, it's a very small area. You feel like you're in a very small, exclusive aircraft. It just radiates that feeling of it's all I don't know how to describe it. It's almost like you're in your own private jet, almost, and it's quieter. It feels smoother. It's it's quieter than anything I've been on up there. It's smoother. I've never experienced anything else like it in my time traveling, and I have traveled a long way. I've traveled on 777-300s, 200s. I've traveled on 737 Classics, 737 NGXs. I've traveled on propeller planes. I've traveled on A340s. Nothing beats the magic of a 747, especially the top deck. And I can say, with in my personal opinion, with confidence, that PMDG have captured that magic in this aircraft. It is absolutely beautiful. It sounds amazing. It looks amazing. The wing flex is amazing. The ground services are amazing. Those contrails are actually amazing. For not having, although maybe it has precipitate effects, I don't know, but whatever. I think we can all admit that those contrails are pretty damn sexy. Anyway, let's go back to the flight deck for a bit. I should probably set standard. I'm going to put weather and traffic on as well while I think of it. Is the weather radar even on? It is now. Oh, yep, there's some scatterings of stuff out there. We're not even at cruise altitude yet, which is pretty amazing, but yeah, I'm quite happy to say that PMDG have captured the magic with this aircraft. It's just... I need to get chase planes so I can make better views than that, though. Speaking of which, I actually need to do something while we sit here, because if you guys notice down in the bottom right of my stream, I still have a donation goal going for the PMDG 747, which I'm obviously flying right now, so that doesn't work, does it? Let's fix that. What have we got? Donation goal. End. So, I'm going to put a new donation goal in, and that's not how you spell plane. So give me 2 seconds here while I get that up to date. I just need to find the correct link so I can calculate cost. That one. How much is this? 39. I'm going to assume that's US. So that looks about right. So we'll set that up. Set that to go for a couple of months because I don't really. There we go. Why is my why is my donation ticker not updating? That's not what I want. That's the one that I want. Why is this not updated? That is a very good question. Why is this not updating? So that's set. There we go. So that's working. I might need to update the URL. So give me 2 seconds. And I'll get this fixed. So I need to go there. Paste in that. There we go. My new donation goal is up and running, people. And at the same time, I'm going to go check my PayPal. Because for some reason I've been having issues where the donations don't actually show up on stream unless I go into PayPal and accept them. But there's nothing there currently, which is perfectly fine. Okay, let's get the beautiful noise of the 747 back on stream. Judging by the angle of attack, I would say we are at cruise altitude. So now that we are at cruise altitude, I'm going to go over here. Let's go to VNAV. So we've actually got a step climb scheduled, which is pretty cool. But what we are going to do, we're not going to go too fast. We're just going to go. I'm just going to bring it up to a literally 2 times sim rate. Otherwise, it is going to be a bit of a long time to get to Auckland. The one thing I still haven't done and I need to do is configure P3D to not mute on task switch, but unfortunately that requires a restart, so I can't really do it now. So let's see what's going on in the world of VATSIM. New Zealand 109 is a 747 heading to Auckland. I'm heading to Auckland. So there's 3 747s going from Sydney to Auckland right now. Why am I not surprised? What else is there hanging around? There's a Qantas 747 going Sydney-Melbourne. One going Sydney-San Francisco. One going Melbourne-Sydney. I'm just going to look at the... Unfortunately, it doesn't actually show. So I'm just going to have to look around on... There's a lot of 747 flights right now. I think that's pretty safe. Pardon me. I think that's pretty safe to say that there are going to be a lot of 747 flights on and off VATSIM right now. Because this is an amazing aircraft. I can't stress that enough. This is only my first flight, but I'm already just in love with how amazing this just feels, it looks, it sounds. I don't think I'm going to be flying much else for a while. Although my next stream is not going to be until Saturday, mainly because I need to get website work done for my VA, or I'm not going to launch anytime soon. The other thing that I need to do this week is do my liveries for the 747. I need 2 liveries done. I need my mainline livery and my cargo livery, so yeah, that's going to be what I'm doing this week. But hopefully I'll have both of those done by Saturday and able to show off to you guys. I'm just going to have to decide what engines I'm going to take. That is just amazing. So I'm just going to bring up the FMC and just drop it there just so I know what the numbers are looking like. See, if anyone does have any questions for me or wants to chat about anything with me, now is most definitely the time while we're sitting here in the early stages of cruise. In the meantime, I'm just going to sit here, drink beer, and enjoy the majesty of the Queen of the Skies. And probably, and maybe poke Nick just to be a annoying person. No, I'll let him be. Big gaming, yeah, I've been on a 747 400 3 times in my life, and I'm very lucky to have done so. It was actually, all 3 times it was exactly the same as what I'm flying here in Air New Zealand 747. It's a truly amazing experience. All 3 times I was on the top deck, so I can't actually say anything about what it's like on the main deck, but the top deck is just absolutely amazing, especially the way Air New Zealand had it configured. It was half premium economy, half business class, but the premium economy passengers got the business class service and the business class food, I think, since there was only one galley. I swear to God, one of those flights we were served caviar in premium economy. I swear to God. I can't be 100% sure, but I'm fairly sure. It was a while ago, so. Yeah, you'll get there one day. You'll get there one day. I've been lucky enough to have parents with good jobs, good financial sense, so we've actually been able to. I've actually done a lot of international travel in my 21 years. So, I mean, that in itself is amazing, but there's also the feeling of just, I don't know, there's the feeling of, with stuff like that, of just, I don't know, you think of all of those other, you think of all of the other families around the world that don't have the ability to do something like that, and then yeah, I don't know, just it gets to you sometimes when you're lucky enough to get good jobs and good parents, and yeah. Big gaming, yeah, that's that is a good goal to have. I studied in university for 4 years, came out with a software engineering degree. So I'm not going to be a commercial pilot, but as soon as I finish dealing with some annoying stuff that the local district health board has done to my medical records, I'm going to be starting my private pilot training. But yeah, I mean, yeah, that's exactly it. When I'm sitting here with a good job, yeah, I don't know. I really feel for how much you guys must struggle. It's when you're sitting here with all this amazing flight sim stuff. It's like, yeah, I don't know how to describe the feeling, but I sympathize with you, man. I really do. And Armin, hello and welcome. How are you this evening, sir? Let's rotate that view for a bit, shall we? Looks like some... Ooh, is that some thunderstorm cloud? Oh, wow. Yeah, there's some isolated thunderstorm pockets up here, and we're actually going to drop out of auto cruise because we're going to need to navigate our way through these today. So, I think we pick our way out through there and then back in through there is probably the best bet. Armin, thank you for the host. Very gracious of you, sir. What do I need? Yeah, can't do anything there. So, we're going to grab heading select here. We're going to pick our way out there. Just to pick our way... Ooh, that's a bit... There we go. Put a bit less of a bank angle on it there. Pick our way through these thunderstorm clouds. Man, I'm really sorry to hear that, man. That absolutely sucks. And Big Gaming Live, thank you for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the flight. So yeah, we're just gonna... Whoop, that's not what I meant to do, because they don't have a 2D cockpit anymore. So yeah, we're just gonna pick our way through these thunderstorm clouds here, because I don't like the look of them. No, they don't have the track select on this one, unfortunately. I'm still just in love with those contrails though. Those are just beautiful. And the shine that they've got on the aircraft is amazing as well. Okay, so that one that was right in front of us is now just absolutely dissipated, so if we actually plug in that heading, we might be able to slot through those two there. I don't know, I've been having weird issues where, like, I'll get close to thunderstorm cells and then they'll just vanish. There's a couple over there. That's very true about gaming life. You do have to remain happy. If you're not, you're not going to get very far if you're not happy. And trust me, I know I've been there. I mean, I know it sounds silly when I've got so much that I could actually get to that point, but I was feeling it pretty hard about halfway through my third year of university, and it's like you get to that point where it's like you've built yourself up over the years, passed every single exam, and then it gets so hard going through university that you think you're going to fail, and you just feel like you're going to let everyone down. It gets to you. It really does. But you got to try and remain happy. Let's just go LNAV, because I think we can scoot through those two now. Oops. Whoops. There we go. Apparently LNAV does not respect that switch, which is a bit annoying. Flitting our way through the thunderstorm clouds. Gonna thread the needle between those two in a second by the looks of it, or in a few minutes by the looks of it. I think we can safely put auto time compression back on. And let's have a look, see where we are at the moment. Still quite a ways out. Pretty solid thunderstorms over there by the looks of it. And then there's the fact that we have these awesome sunshades on this thing. That's just, I don't know why, but that just makes me, it just looks awesome. Another nice little touch that I found early on that you guys might not know. Ooh, there's a phone. Didn't notice that either. But one nice thing that I like, a nice little touch, is that they've got Air New Zealand branded. Whoa, that's pretty cool. They've got Air New Zealand branded flight crew training manuals and mechanical manuals, and yeah, just Air New Zealand branded manuals in there, which is pretty cool. Can we actually get to? Yep, we can get to the observer seats as well, which is pretty cool. And yes, I am using Active Sky 2016, and I absolutely love it. Oh, looks like we've got the lavatory here that we can't actually access, sadly. I would have liked it if they'd done some more cockpit animations, like Captain Sim have for their 767, but I'm very happy with this. This is amazing. And just being able to sit in this jump seat back here is pretty cool as well. Yeah, man, I totally understand what you're saying. This is actually a pretty cool view right here. I'm not gonna lie. But I do like this one better. Just being able to see everything. Looks like we're gonna miss those rest of those clouds pretty easily. I think once we go into Auckland tonight, we're just gonna go. We're gonna go straight out of the frying pan and into the fire once we hit Auckland, ladies and gentlemen. So Auckland, okay, that's actually assuming that the runway that I think is in use, which it might not be. Yes. Okay, so we're gonna go straight out of the frying pan and into the fire, ladies and gentlemen, once we get to Auckland, because as you can see here by, give me 2 seconds. Oh, so tired. As you can see here by Active Sky 2016, Service winds 230 at 7 knots, runway 23 is in use, which means... Yeah, which means once we get to Auckland, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a couple of options for approaches. We could do the standard ILS approach, we could do a random RNAV approach, we could do just a straight in RNAV approach, we could do some weird wonky VOR approaches, or we can do the really fun thing, which is fly the RNAV RNP approach into Auckland. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, I will bring it up in a second. It is a particularly challenging approach to fly, simply because it spits you out on a ridiculously short final. So it's the... is it that one or is it that one? No, it's not that one. So, here we go. This here is what we're going to plan on flying into for our approach into Auckland tonight. And that is exactly right, Big Gaming. We are going to do the fun thing. We're going to go straight out of the frying pan into the fire. We're going to hand fly. Do you hear me? We're going to hand fly this approach into Auckland, ladies and gentlemen. So, starts off here. Let me just zoom in for you so you can see it a bit better. Starts off here at Kidag, initial approach fix at or above 6,000. Then we come in here, direct Alaska. From there, we're arcing right for another 2.2 nautical miles to Leggett. From there, it's direct 2.9 nautical miles to Gobob, a 1.7 nautical mile slight arc right to Esmond, a 2.5 nautical mile right arc to Akrov, a 3.1 nautical mile right arc to Dunnard, which is the final approach fix, and then that spits us out on a 2.9 nautical mile final for the runway. And as you can see here, here's the vertical profile. So we start off at 6,000, coming down through 5,000, coming up on 4,000, 3,000, just under 3,000, coming up 2,000 there. Final approach fix, 1,000 feet. Then we hit runway 23 left. So that's what we're going to do. RNAV RMP X-ray. I've done it a few times, mainly in the 777. So it's going to be interesting to see how it goes hand flying the 747 in on that approach. Well, I think that we are scheduled for a step climb. So we're going to go ahead and do that now. 2,000 feet up to flight level 390. There we go, thrust ref VNAV speed, and up we go. See, if you're ever flying along in a commercial aircraft and you're sitting there and you're thinking, why did those Big Gaming Live, thank you for the host, sir, you are a legend. So if you're ever in a commercial aircraft and I just realised I've still got the bloomin' browser open again. I hate that. There you go. So now you can see we're on the climb up. I'm sorry about that. I keep doing that. I'm terrible. I apologise. So if you're ever in a commercial aircraft and you're wondering why did those engines just spool up? Why did that engine pitch just increase? And the reason for that engine pitch increase is exactly this. It's a step climb. Basically, when aircraft start off their trip, especially on long trips, they are too heavy to climb above a certain altitude. It's either physically impossible because the lift from the wings wouldn't be enough to counteract the the gravity effect on the aircraft, or it's just too inefficient for them. But as they burn fuel during the flight, the aircraft becomes lighter and thus it is able to climb higher. So generally, flight management computers, especially those on Boeing aircraft I've found, will calculate the optimum point for you to step climb to the next available altitude above you, which in the altitude blocks we're flying in, reversed, which is reduced vertical separation minimum, that is the next altitude is 2,000 feet above us. Sounds like we're pretty much at the altitude now as well. So that's what happens if you're in the flight and you hear the engine pitch increase. That's what's happening. The aircraft is step climbing up to the next available level, because once it's up there, it is now even more. It's burning fuel even more efficiently than it was previously. There are some exceptions though. Sometimes you don't want to step climb. Sometimes you want to stay at your current level because maybe there's traffic above you, that means you can't climb above. That's particularly true if you're flying the North Atlantic tracks, especially the congested ones between like America East Coast and Europe. So like New York, Heathrow, those tracks. If you're flying on those routes, generally you won't be able to step climb because there'll be traffic above you, and you probably won't be able to adjust for turbulence either because there'll be traffic below you. Although sometimes ATC can make exceptions. But out here in the over the Tasman Sea, which is between New Zealand and Australia, there's not much traffic. You generally won't be near another aircraft most of the time, so you'll be able to step climb as your aircraft needs to. That is pretty cool. I will happily admit that is pretty cool. Although I've had a time when I was flying a little propeller aircraft on VATSIM. I was running Active Sky Next back then, and no, sorry, I was flying a little propeller aircraft, a TBM 850. It's a single engine turboprop. I was flying that on VATSIM, participating in a VATNZ VFR Flight Club event where we basically all took little aircraft like that and did visual flights around New Zealand. It was pretty cool. But originally, I didn't have the best model matching, which meant that everybody else showed up as CRJ 700s. Now, this would make for a comical sight only. Yes, that is exactly why I fly that aircraft, because he flies it and it is an amazing aircraft. But that is exactly the person that made me start flying it. Anyway, back to the story. So, normally just CRJ 700s replacing a lot of small propeller planes would just be comical in how slow they were going. Except I was running Active Sky Next, and my stupid ass forgot to turn wake turbulence off. So I'm lined up here on this grass strip. Some person who's probably flying a Cessna but shows up as a CRJ 700 has just taken off before me, and I think, cool, I'm going to get airborne right after him, maintain visual separation, and get up to join the rest of the people. Now, at this point, you can probably see where this is going. So, I'm sitting on the runway, full power, rolling down the runway, pull back on the stick, up I go, and my aircraft starts spazzing out because, like I said, I forgot to turn wake turbulence off. And Active Sky Next was like, oh, well, I don't care what VATSIM says, that was a CRJ 700 that just took off in front of you. There's going to be wake turbulence from that, and I'm going to flip your TBM over like a pancake. And that's pretty much exactly what happened. It's one of the funniest things I've ever had happen. And what I will do right now, because it was an absolutely hilarious video, is I'm going to go to YouTube and I'm going to give you guys the link for that video, because specifically the time around which that actually happened, because it was an absolutely hilarious event. And if you guys get the time, I would highly recommend going and checking it out. That's a little bit too far into the video. Give me 2 seconds here and I'll get you the link. There we go, so that is the link to that video around just as I start the takeoff roll. So if you've got a few minutes, I would highly recommend checking that out. It's one of the most hilarious things that has happened to me during my time in Flight Simulator. Why are we not at sim rate speed? Because I didn't turn it back on. There we go. So yeah, it's one of the most hilarious things that has actually happened to me while I've been flying on my simulator. Becoming live. Quick question: are you going to get? At this stage, I have no interest in getting X-Plane 11 simply because of the thousands of dollars. Or it's probably coming up on at least $1,000 of money that I have spent on Prepare 3D. So I probably won't. I probably won't switch to X-Plane anytime soon. Anyway, while we are sitting here in cruise, how far are we from top of descent? It hasn't actually got it yet. So, I'm going to ignore that, and I'm going to do this real quick. Actually, probably don't need that, but I'm just going to set it up anyway. So yeah, I will be right back in a minute or so here. Yeah, so for the meantime, the wait 2 minutes is pretty cool. But yeah, I will be right back. I'm going to leave you with the absolutely fantastic, beautiful view of the 747, and I will be back in a minute or two. Okay, we are back. That is just beautiful. I know I've said it a lot already, but no, that is just beautiful. And having Active Sky 2016 helps as well with the amazing clouds. I wonder what the weather at my local airport is right now. I'm going to paste this meter into chat. And then I want you guys' opinion. And actually, no, I'm not going to. But just looking at the weather at my local airport, depending on what, if we get into Auckland at a decent hour, I might just do another hour flight down to my local airport. I'll have to do it with no payload because the airport where I live is too small to take a 747 with payload. It's only a 6,000 foot runway, so. Well, we'll have to see what the time is when we get into Auckland. Yeah, I will admit I watch Kennedy Steve's videos a lot as well, and yeah, they are pretty cool. It was actually It was actually one of the main reasons I decided to move from the New Zealand division of VATSIM to join the New York Air Route Traffic Control Center on VATSIM. That is pretty cool. I wish I had that, but unfortunately New Zealand doesn't have many military bases. Another interesting thing, though, from me is that my local airport and the airport that I'm going to be doing my flight training at are actually two separate airports. Mainly because the two airports are about the same distance from me as each other. Yeah, they're about the same distance from me, so it's about the same time to travel to either one of them. But one of them is an international airport with a ton of jet traffic, Class Charlie airspace, and probably ridiculous landing and airways fees. Whereas the other one is a I don't even know how to describe it. It's like it might be Class Delta. I don't know, but the other airport basically there's basically almost no commercial traffic. It's all just general aviation. There's a flight service station at the airport which will give you the weather info and traffic info, but apart from that, it's uncontrolled. Dandad, yes, my local airport is Wellington. How did you guess? I'm honestly curious. How did you guess? Dan the DJ. Okay. So, I apologize for getting your name wrong. I've only just seen it. My bot doesn't do capitalization correctly, and that's what I use to look at chat. I just had a look at the real chat, so I apologize for getting your name wrong earlier, Dan. What is there going on at the moment on this area of the world on VATSIM? So I'm blasting across there. There's another 747 and a 738 in front of me. Yeah, let me just look out the window. I feel like, ow. Oh boy, yeah. That's a bit wicked out there. Give me 2 seconds. Got him. Stupid insects. Yeah, it's... The weather here in Wellington's been, not too bad, but I just looked out the window and it's turned to... There's no other way to put it. It's turned to shit. So, yeah, I might... judging by how we're going so far, I think we'll get into Auckland in a reasonable time, so we'll do a night flight down to Wellington and see how we go with that landing. Ugh. There's one bottle of beer down. I'm just going to check a couple of things here while we cruise along. I have no idea who you are. Perfect. And then we'll just check this as well. What was that? What was that? What was that? Bullgod! Thank you for the follow, sir. Welcome to the fight, my friend. And yes, I do know the Blue Angels. They are absolutely amazing, and I wish I could actually get to see them. Yeah, Dan, I have been on some pretty interesting flights into Wellington. the worst one I've been on, it was like a roller coaster. There's no other way to describe it. It was like a roller coaster. Okay, Big Gaming, that is awesome. I'm ridiculously jealous of you right now. So yeah, I was coming into Wellington. There was no way to describe it. It was like a roller coaster. We were coming in on final approach, runway 34, so we were coming in over the Cook Strait, which is basically the expanse of water between the North Island and the South Island of New Zealand. It funnels winds through there like crazy. It's insane. I've seen reports of like 60, 70 knot winds in there at sea level. It gets rough. So we're coming in, runway 34 into Wellington. It's like a roller coaster. I swear we were going 20 meters in every single direction imaginable. But the pilot managed to get it down, and that's the thing. Wellington is one of the most difficult airports to land in the world, which is why if you're flying into Wellington, you know that you're going to have experienced pilots. You don't just put... Maybe not so much if you're flying like the little aircraft, but if you're on one of the jets going into Wellington, you know you're going to have experienced flight crew on there, because it takes skill to land those things at Wellington in those kinds of conditions. It's also why you hear about so many aircraft going around and diverting from Wellington, because there's the simple fact that sometimes it's just too dangerous for them to land. Spear bulbs, smoke goggles. I feel like I wish I could put pens in here. I really do. I don't know why. I just want to put pens in there. It's weird. Bumpy coming through here. I just feel insanely scared. Oh my god. Those movements are just beautiful. It's just so fluid as well. Who just messaged me? Mr. Jetstar. Yeah, that the whatever algorithms they've used is just absolutely insane. My first flight without parents. I was an unaccompanied minor, I know that, so apart from that I can't actually remember. I think it was like, I don't know, I can't actually remember, but I wasn't, I was older, I'm pretty sure I was older than 10. I can't be 100% sure though, but yeah. Yeah, no, I was completely on my own, but it was an interesting experience because by that time I was developing quite a decent fear of flying, which I managed over the years I managed to identify as a control issue, which is why I am able to fly a Cessna perfectly fine, but I need some medication to be able to fly commercially without panic attacks. But you know, I can't actually remember how old I was. My second flight without my parents, though. Now this is an interest. This is quite an interesting. This is quite an interesting story. This one. Just trying to remember if I've got all the details correct. Anyway, it's been a while, since I told the story, so I can't remember. I'm not sure I got all the details correct. But my second flight without my parents. Old Mold, thank you for follow. Welcome to the flight, my friend. You are a legend. But yeah, so my second flight without my parents, it was an interesting experience. My parents had flown over to Gold Coast from Wellington earlier. I think it was the day before me. I couldn't because I had exams or I had something or other that I had to stay in Wellington for that night. But they'd flown over the day earlier. So the next day I was due to fly over and join them. Now they flew direct from Wellington to Brisbane on Virgin Australia. I was scheduled to fly out from Wellington to Auckland and then Auckland to Brisbane because I prefer flying with Air New Zealand if I can, and the only way to fly Air New Zealand these days is to go via Auckland or Christchurch because they don't fly direct Brisbane from Wellington anymore, which is sad. They code share with Virgin. So I got to the airport, I checked in, I was walking through the terminal, about to get a drink, have some medication before I got on the flight, and I heard a call for a couple of people over the PA. Interesting, yeah, I can imagine you'd lose count. So I was hearing these calls on the PA throughout the airport asking for a couple of people, and I was like, no, and I always pay attention to these, because I always have the fear, I always have the inkling in the back of my mind that, oh god, are they going to be calling me for something? Which is it's a good thing to have. So I was listening, and I was like, no, they didn't call me. Then they called a second time, I was like, hold on a second, did they call me? And then the third time they called him, I was like, oh crap, yep, they're calling for me and a few other people. So I went back to the Air New Zealand service desk and found out that due to thunderstorms in Auckland, the flight from Auckland before mine was delayed, and thus my flight to Auckland was delayed, and thus I wasn't going to make my connecting flight. So you can imagine being the first time on my own, I wasn't really handling it that well, and the New Zealand people were doing their best to help me. But as I said, by that time I'd developed a really bad fear of flying, and the only things that made me feel better was A, flying on Air New Zealand, and B, taking my medication. So the Air New Zealand people were like, oh, well, we can put you direct on Virgin. And I was like, at that point I will admit I was starting to cry a bit. It was a bit overwhelming, even though I was about 16 or 17 by then. It was a bit overwhelming. No, I was probably about 18 by then. But yeah, it was honestly overwhelming, and they were trying to put me on Virgin. I was trying to find any way of avoiding Virgin. But thankfully, Air New Zealand staff are absolutely amazing, and they managed to find me a seat on a propeller plane heading down to Christchurch. It's about a 40-minute flight, and a seat on an Air New Zealand A320 out of Christchurch bound for Brisbane, which was absolutely amazing for them. So, the other thing is, I didn't know it was a propeller plane down to Christchurch. I just got told, well, we can get you through Christchurch, and I was like, yes, please. Crisp? No, you don't. It's automatically brings the V speeds through from the FMC, so it automatically calculates them for you, which is nice. You don't have to go look up manuals like you do on some other aircraft. Yeah, so I didn't know it was a propeller plane going down to Christchurch, and at that point, these days I love propeller planes because you get to fly low and slow and you get to see so much of the beautiful scenery. But back then I was pretty bad on big aircraft. I was even worse on small aircraft. Chris, I will get to helping you in a second. See, I didn't know it was a propeller plane, so I took my medication, I walked down to the gate. Now, Wellington Airport is quite interesting. You walk down the South Pier, and on your left and your right are jet big gates were jetways that they generally only use for jet aircraft. And then straight ahead, it goes an escalator down and out, and there's some propeller planes out there. They've renovated it recently, but that's how it used to be. So I was walking along, looking for my gate number, expecting to be turning left or right into one of the jet gates. I got down to the end and looked at my gate number and was like, oh, yeah, I'm flying on a propeller plane. So that set me even more off edge. And then the third and final thing, it was getting to be one hell of a day at that point. The third and final thing was I got down there and found out that they'd put me in the exit row without consulting me, which is technically not allowed. So they held me back and they managed to sort me out a seat. I ended up swapping with an Air New Zealand flight attendant who was on the flight as a passenger going down to Christchurch. So I managed to swap with them, which was nice. The rest of the day was pretty uneventful, lovely flights, but yeah, no, that was my second experience flying on my own, and it was not fun. I've since done it plenty more times and I'm getting the hang of it now, but that one was one hell of an experience. So Chris, you say your V-speeds are not working. What have you done so far? The flow of events should be, you load up the FMC, you fill out your POS data here when you're on the ground, you then go over and fill out your route, so you fill out all of this, you fill out your route, then you go to this page where you fill out the details here, and then you hit the execute button, which loads it in. Then you move over to the thrust limit page and you select your thrust. Obviously it's going to look slightly different if you're on the ground compared to where I am at the moment because I'm in cruise. And then you'd move over to the takeoff page where you enter your flaps number, you enter your center of gravity, which you just click that and it automatically fills it out for you, and then it should automatically give you the V speeds. If it doesn't, I'd recommend reading through the manuals, and if you still haven't figured it out, I'd recommend either asking on the AVSIM forums or contacting PMDG support. Let's go back to VNav. Still no top of descent calculations, which is a bit annoying. Also, I love how you can actually see the curve of these CRT screens. It's awesome. There you go, crisp. Yeah, you need to make sure that information's filled out. If the FMC doesn't know the weight of your aircraft, it's not going to be able to calculate the these turbulence effects are actually pretty awesome in the cockpit. But yeah, if it doesn't know the weights of the aircraft, it can't actually calculate the oh wow. It can't actually calculate the V speeds. So we're just gonna be bouncing along here on this flight. It's just so fluid, it's insane. I can't imagine we're too far from top of descent. Because there's Auckland, there's Lundby. I'm actually gonna plan the arrival now. So we're gonna plan the RNAV X-ray approach from my 2-3 left. That one. We're coming in from Lundby. Which approach do I need in that case? Let me pull up the approach plates and I'll just bring the browser up so you guys can see what I'm looking at. So here's all the charts for Auckland. Thankfully, they're all provided online for us. And I need to figure out which of these is going to be my arrival. So we already know that this is going to be our approach. So we need to look for a star that finishes at Kadag, because that'll join up directly with the RNAV. I know they're there because I've done it before. I can just never remember the actual name of it. Nope, none of those. Here we go. Kadag, there we go. So, we're coming in from Lundby. So we're coming in from here. So we're going to want the Aradi 5 Charlie arrival. That one there. Transitioning from Lundby. Execute. So now if we look out at the range, we can see that we've got the rest of the flight plan in there. So that's good. Big gaming, that is awesome, man. You actually have no idea how jealous I am right now. Crisp, that is a very good question. I have down. What am I talking about? Down here. I have a Cytec throttle quadrant. I have Toga down to one of the buttons on there. If you're looking for the keyboard shortcut, then it's Control-Shift-G. We'll just drop that out of the way as well. Otherwise, I would hazard a guess and say it might be one of these two little buttons here. You can see where my mouse is changing shape, so it might be one of those two there. I'd give that a try. And just make sure your auto throttle is also armed, because otherwise it won't go to Toga. That is one heck of a light path vector. So, another interesting little thing. So, you can actually see we've got a decent crosswind. You clicked those and nothing happened. So, Crisp, your V2, hold on. Your speed that you have set in here, is that higher than your V2 speed? And Mike Hunt, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the flight, my friend. You are a legend. Yeah, so Chris, is your number that you have set in here higher than your V2 speed? Okay, so that's not the problem. I'm assuming this switch is in the arm position. I assume... So if you're looking for Toga, that means you're probably on the runway. And I would definitely hope you have engines running. Assuming those two are the case... I would say either try Control-Shift-G, or try one of the, or if that fails, try one of these two buttons. Probably the thrust button is the most likely one there. Why are you not invalid delete? Why are you not telling me when my top of descent is? It can't be that far away, surely. In the meantime, we're going to grab info on Ohakia. Doesn't say he's extending, so we're going to tune in for our next the next controller who's online in New Zealand, who's going to be on 125.1. We're not quite in the airspace yet, but we're getting it. There we go. There's my top of descent. 200 nautical miles to go. So while we're cruising along here, I'm going to do the approach ref. We're going to go flaps 30 landing. Jeez, that's a high speed. What else do I need? There's no heads-up display. Interesting. Don't know what all that is. We're gonna do auto brakes 2. Nothing else to set down there actually. Are there nav radios to set down here? No, because we're on an RNAV approach. What am I talking about? There's no courses to set up here either. But yeah, Crisp, if you manage to get it working, let me know. Otherwise, if you need some more advice, let me know as well, and I'll be happy to try and figure this out with you. What else do we need? So we've got no nav radios to set. We'll set the auto brakes. We'll set the approach ref. That's all good. I might just set that to runway heading, which is going to be 231. That stays like that for now. We'll check the overhead as well, just to make sure there's nothing here we need to do. Lights are good. That panel looks good. That's all looking good. Fuel panel looks good. That all looks good. That's all good. Looks like everything is running as it should be. Oh man. I'll tell you what though, the wait for this thing to release was quite intense. I was sitting at work all morning, obviously actually doing work, but I also had a tab where I was refreshing the main PMDG page, the PMDG store page, the PMDG store page for the 747, the PMDG general forum on AvSim, the PMDG thread that they had up, the most recent one at the time, because there was multiple over the course of my morning, and finally the PMDG Facebook page. I had all of those open at work, refreshing them every half an hour or so, waiting for the thing to come out. And Delph, I do not work for PMDG. I would love to work for them, but sadly I don't. I'm in a completely different country for them. But no, I was sitting at work at my work this morning, and I just had all of those pages open, waiting for them to release it, just sitting there refreshing like everybody else. It was the struggle was real. The struggle was definitely real. But around lunchtime for me, actually right at the end of my lunch break, it released. It was the perfect timing for me, so I managed to rush through. I grabbed my credit card and rushed through the purchase so that I'd stop refreshing on the page, and so that it would be sitting there waiting for me when I got home, which was quite a nice thing to have. Where is the sun? So there's the sun at the moment. Yeah, no. So that was my work morning. It was a bit fun. This cockpit is amazing. I can actually turn those. That's pretty cool. What the heck is this? I don't know what that is. Oh, it's a light. It's a little light. What's it for though? There's no... Interesting, there's no actual panels there. I don't know what that's for then. Interesting. We will ponder this at a later date. Because right now we are 151 nautical miles from top of descent. Less than 80 nautical miles from Lundby. Once we hit, we're gonna wait till we're about Once we're 40 nautical miles from Lundby, that's when I'm going to drop out of auto cruise. Not that I'm even in auto cruise at the moment, because there's just so much turbulence at the moment. It's a bit insane. But once we get to and that was the controller telling me to contact them over when crossing Lundby, so we'll just let them know that we've acknowledged that. But yeah, so once we're about... Actually, we'll probably do 20 nautical miles from Lundby. Yeah, Crisp, FSU IPC is pretty good with the autosaves. I have them turned off at the moment, mainly because, A, I haven't experienced any crashes with P3D on this new rig. Thankfully, I have wood there. And B, I was actually having some issues where the it was lagging a little bit whenever I would whenever I'd run the autosave. So I'm not sure what's up with that. It might have been because it was trying to write to my main hard drive instead of my solid state drive. I'm not entirely sure, but anyway, I've got it turned off for now. If I start experiencing crashes again, I might turn it back on. But for now, I'm just going to leave it. So yeah, we'll wait till about 20 nautical miles from Lundby, and then we'll go back to non-auto cruise. But considering how much turbulence we've got, I don't think we're even going to go in auto cruise much between now and then. Looks like I might be helping out some other people soon. Looks like some people in one of my Discord communities that I am part of is having issues, so I might have to help them after the stream if I'm still awake. Yeah, Chris, but it'll definitely help on long hauls if you're scared of crashing. I wish I'd had it when I was doing a lot of long hauls on the 777, and I'm going to have to turn it on when I start doing those again. Because I've had some weird issues where this 777 will crash late on in long haul flights. Hopefully the 747 won't do that, but you never know. But yeah, the main reason I got FSU IPC though was because I got a Cytec ProFlight yoke with the throttle quadrant and some Thrustmaster T-Flight rudder pedals. So I skip using the actually. That reminds me, I need to load my profile onto my joystick. So the only button I have bound in the Cytec programming software, which is the default software that comes with for programming the yoke, is for this little button here to emulate the Alt key on my keyboard, which is my push to talk for vPilot. So that's the only thing I have on there. All the rest of my config that I do in FSU IPC. All of my ailerons, elevators, and rudders, they're all configured through FSU IPC. Same with my throttles, because it means that I can use 2 throttle levers to control 4 engines. It's just a better way of doing it. Shadow Milk Gaming, not a problem, sir. Give me, no, we've still got time before we hit Lundby. There you go, sir, an outside view of the absolutely amazing PMDG 747. Bumping around a bit in the turbulence at the moment. Yeah, as much as I want to stay in the outside view, I actually need to Yeah, Shadow, I would highly recommend it. PMDG have done absolute magic with this. I've flown on this Real 747 a couple of times. We need to drop the auto cruise right now. I've been on a Real 747 a couple of times, and PMDG have absolutely captured the magic of the Queen of the Skies in this product. I've been speechless for most of the night. I'm still speechless. It's ridiculously good. So we are less than 20 nautical miles from Lundby. Specifically, we are 16 nautical miles from there. We're going to swap the comm radio over. Not going to contact him yet because we're not quite over Lundby. We'll contact him in a couple of nautical... Contact him in 4 nautical miles when we're 10 from Lundby so he can give us a squawk code and everything. What are we? 104. Kia Control, New Zealand 104, 10 nautical miles from Lundby, flight level 390.
New Zealand 104, Hakia Control, good evening, squawk 5504.
New Zealand 104, squawking 5504. So I just did all that on my sighting
New
radio
Zealand
panel here just to make it a
104
bit easier.
identified, you're cleared the Aradi 7 Alpha arrival, Lundby transition, runway 23 left.
Is there any chance New Zealand 104 could get a Radi 5 Charlie arrival? We'd like RNAV X-ray into Auckland this evening.
New Zealand 104, you're re-cleared the Aradi 5 Charlie arrival, Lundby transition, runway 23 left.
Cleared a Radi 5 Charlie arrival, runway 23 left, Lundby transition, New Zealand 104. Thank you, sir.
And New Zealand 104, if you could just report again 10 nautical miles from top of descent.
Copy that, New Zealand 104 will report 10 nautical miles from top of descent.
Qantas 43, you're cleared the
Gargantuan, yes, I
approach,
definitely got it.
left.
I was sitting at work, refreshing those pages, waiting for it to come out. Thankfully, it released right at the end of my lunch break, so I was able to finish up my lunch break by whipping out the credit card and buying the damn thing. So it was sitting here waiting for me for me to download when I got home. And it is absolutely amazing. And Gargantuan, thank you for the host. You are a legend, sir. Let's see what this link is here. Those are some pretty good screenshots, Chris. I'm not going to lie. Those are some pretty good screenshots, my friend. Anyway, we actually need to watch the cockpit right now because we need to report 10 nautical miles from top of descent. We're still a bit far out, but we'll get there soon. We've already set up for all of the approach, so we'll be good to go. Judging by the time, we'll have to see. I might be lucky enough that we can do another flight, but we'll have to see. Ugh, pardon me. Yeah, well, I literally, beginning of January, dropped about $1.5 grand on a PC upgrade, and bloody hell was it worth it. Mainly because my previous setup was starting to die a slow and painful death. I had planned the upgrade for a little bit later, but I had to go and do it then and there because, like I said, previous one started the slow and painful death. But yeah, no, it set me up perfectly for the 747. Even so, the frame rates are a little bit. It is taking a bit of a toll on my frame rate, but then again, I do have ridiculous graphics settings at the moment. Cockpit always takes up, a virtual cockpit always takes up a lot of graphics, but the exterior view is 60 frames a second plus. You can see the little counter up there. Absolutely amazing aircraft. See the
4-3 established 2 left.
pilot sitting there.
Qantas 4-3, contact Auckland Town Hour 118.7.
That's
There.
my friend. He's just coming into land at Auckland, so
118
hopefully he will.
across 43. Yeah.
Hopefully he might join me on TeamSpeak after he's done. So Auckland Tower is going to be the next frequency, so I'm just going to dial that in here on my radio panel.
You'll clear the ILS DME approach
There we go.
runway 34. Report established.
So we're 40 nautical miles from top of descent. Let's grab the Auckland ATIS as well. Okay. Auckland, information Delta issued at 0700 Zulu, so that's 23 minutes ago. Expect ILS approach runway 23 left. We're doing RNAV X-ray because we requested it. Surface condition dry, so I don't need to account for a wet runway. Surface wind 260 at 9, variable between 210 and 280. So it's 2625. So it's about winds 240. New Zealand's about 20 degrees off. When you're calculating winds over a runway, you use the magnetic heading. What's reported in the METARs is the true heading, so you actually need to know the difference. Active Sky is currently reporting it. That's Wellington. Active Sky's reporting at 240 as well. So
Kiwi 421 Ohakea control.
visibility more than 10 kilometers. Cloud broken 4,100 feet. Temperature 21, dew point 15. QNH 1018.
Kiwi
That's what I
you're
want.
cleared the dogged 3 Alpha arrival, runway 34.
101. 8. The one thing I haven't done is set my minimums. I'm going to do that right now before I forget about it. So minimums. RMP 0.3 is 340 feet on the
Kiwi
barometer.
421, report again 10 nautical miles short of top of descent.
I need to turn this off once we get on the ground. I hate this way of doing it. I want my scroll wheel. $340. Your Gargantuan, generally the runway that's closest to the true heading will generally still be the runway in use. The only exception is when you've got what seems to be a direct crosswind on the true heading might actually be a actually favouring one of the runways depending on what the magnetic heading is. So we can't reset yet, so we'll call them at 15 nautical miles. It'll be easier. Nice, crisp. Yeah, I've been saving up for this for a while, and it's certainly delivering so far.
New Zealand 17, the winds are 340 at 16 knots, runway 34 cleared to land.
Copy the winds clear to land, runway 34, New Zealand 17 heavy.
Okay, control New Zealand 10410 nautical miles from top of descent.
New Zealand 104, wind ready, descend flight level 150, the Northwind QNH 1018.
Wind ready down to flight level 150, copy the QNH, New Zealand 104. Nice! You're gonna want that popcorn coming up, my friend, because we're taking one of the more difficult approaches into Auckland, and we're gonna be hand flying it, so it should be entertaining. Oh god, what have I set myself up for? Oh, this is gonna be fun. Ugh. Okay, where are we? Coming up on top of descent. Let's go and watch it from the outside when the engines spool down for descent. Yes, it is. That's for sure. Another interesting fact. I never used to hand fly my aircraft until like about 500 feet below the runway. The main reason for that is while the joystick I had was pretty good, it didn't. There we go. Spooling down, top of descent. So yeah, the joystick I had, it was a Cytek X52 Pro. It had good control, it just didn't have the fine level of control that I really wanted to have for flying. Yeah, that wing flips is pretty good. It didn't quite have the level of control and precision that I wanted to be able to hand fly. So, but what I have now, the Cytek Pro Flight Yo, is absolutely insane. It provides me all the control that I need, and with this I've started hand flying aircraft from ridiculous heights. In fact, here's a question for you guys. Any altitude below 10,000 feet, when should I start hand flying?
Mad Fox 436, continue descent to 4,000. Ohakia QNH 1011.
We're actually above our descent profile right now, so we're just gonna. No, we're catching up on it, so we should be good.
Continue descent to 4,000.
9,000 feet. Do we have any other takers?
Mad Fox 436.
For any other altitudes? I can't be bothered setting up a straw ball right
And
now.
Mad Fox 436.
Nice,
Cross,
Shadow.
the
You're going to enjoy
Ohakia
it.
VOR
Trust
at
me.
4,000 feet, and then turn left, heading 062.
Any other takers for altitudes?
Cross Ohakia VOR at 4,000 feet, and then left heading 062. Mad Fox 436.
We're gonna need a bit of spoilers here, and this is gonna be a time for us to check out the spoilers on this thing. Ooh yeah, there you go. You can see New Zealand coming up as well. Bit of rumbling there as we drop the spoilers. I won't go exactly 10,000, I'll go at 9,000 simply because there's some 10,000 feet checks that I need to perform, but I will go at 9,000 feet. I can also tell you that I'm not going to be flying anything else for a while. Yeah, I know Orbix has the Milford Sound Airport. I don't have it myself. All I have, Big Gaming Live, Orbix Milford Sound is, from what I've heard, absolutely amazing. Go look it up on the Orbix website. I've got Orbix North, so a bit of a scenery info for what I have. I have a lot of New Zealand scenery simply because it is my home country. So,
New Zealand 17, welcome to Wellington, taxi to the apron.
Unfortunately, I don't know anything
Alpha,
for X-Ray.
Bravo
So
5.
I have a bunch of scenery for New Zealand. To start off with, I have base
Actually,
maps.
I
I have
can
Orbix
buy
North
Alpha,
Island,
Bravo,
Orbix
one
South
second.
Island. On top of that, I have Orbix Queenstown Airport. I also have all of the God Zone scenery. It came in 10 separate subscriptions. Unfortunately, they are not on sale anymore, which is a bit of a bummer, but they are absolutely amazing sceneries. If we get a chance to get into
Mad Fox 436.
Mad Fox 436.
sorry about that. I have auto mod turned on Big Gaming.
We can program in a ILS.
But yeah, so
arrival
I've got Orbix North Island,
so
Orbix
we
South Island,
can,
Orbix
track,
Queenstown. I also have,
via that route.
like I said, the God Zone
That
scenery,
is preferred. Mad Fox 436.
which doesn't cover the entirety of New Zealand, but covers some really interesting areas. You got like Southern Alps, You got Wellington, you got Central
Okay,
Plateau.
roger that, Mad Fox 436.
In various scenic areas like that are covered by the God Zone subscription. So I've got those, and hopefully we'll be able to get into Wellington tonight and you'll be able to see that. And what else do I have? I've got Real NZ Nelson as well as the other bit of scenery I've got, and that is a really beautiful airport. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do this. No engine exhaust at the moment since they're on pretty much idle. I think we're all set up for the approach, so that's a good sign. Coming down through flight level 244 at the moment. Yeah, I know the feeling. Trust me, I went through the times when I was tight on money as well, but thankfully I now have a decent job, so I'm actually able to finally afford all of this stuff. But you're being a pain in the butt tonight. Why do you keep the fit? Why do you keep? No, I don't care. Crisp, there is no payware for Auckland yet. The only thing there is a slightly upgraded AFCAD file that comes with Orbex North Island. Apart from that, nothing. However, Flightbeam have said that they are working on an Auckland payware scenery, which is going to be great. Because we have 3 major international airports in New Zealand: Auckland, Wellington, Christchurch. None of them have payware scenery. The only payware airports in New Zealand are Queenstown, Milford Sound, Dunedin, and Nelson. So none of the major internationals. So Flightbeam have said that they are working on Auckland. There is rumours that a Nova scenery provider is also working on Christchurch. I haven't heard of anything in the works for Wellington yet, sadly. You know, that is the one downside to flying in New Zealand is that you don't get much payware down here, sadly. Interesting, some discussion going on in text chat there for vPilot. 20,000 feet. Turn the seatbelts on. No, we're just going to leave it in auto for now.
New Zealand 104, continue descent via the star profile to 5,000, Auckland QNH 1018.
Continue descent via the star profile to 5,000, QNH 1018, New Zealand 104. Ooh, yeah, that does not sound fun. Just be glad you're not in Australia where everything wants to kill you. God. And I holiday over there even all the time. I'm still just marvelling at the detail that they've put in this cockpit. And just how big it is. While I think of it, forecast transition is 150. Set that before it tells us we've passed transition. So there's a Boeing 737-300 freighter on the ground apparently. Wonder what he's actually set to. So he's reporting unknown, okay. Hasn't filed a flight
And
plan yet.
Harkia Control, Matrox 4 is 4000 overhead, Harkia turning left heading 062.
Manfox 436, descend to 2,300 feet by 10 DME.
And rednecks, worst of all. Yeah.
Descend 2,300
Yeah, it's not
feet by 10 DME.
it's a lot,
Matrox
but
436.
still not as much as Australia. I'll tell you that
And
much.
Manfox 436 at 10 DME, turn right heading 240.
So we're coming through on descent. We've got that cloud layer below
Right
us that we're
heading
still going to push
240
through.
at 10 DME, Matrox 436.
Got the weather radar on. Nothing's showing up ahead of us, so that's always a good sign. What else have we got that we need? Don't need anything else
Kiwi
on there.
421, descend via the start
There's transition level.
5,000, Wellington Suriname,
There we go.
1009.
So we're now a bit above. Sort that out. Gonna go down to... No, keep that on a 40 nautical mile for now. Soon we'll get to the point where it'll level off briefly and decelerate to 240 knots. That cloud layer is impressive, that's for sure. Let's get an updated weather briefing from Active Sky. What's the latest? 260 at 9, variable between 21 and 280. Visibility more than 10 kilometers, clouds broken 1,500. Okay, so it hasn't really changed. So clouds is... Actually, has it changed? No, it hasn't. It's still using the METAR that was issued about 39 minutes ago. Oh my god, that's a bit scary. Here, so leveling off a little bit. Yeah, we'll bring it down to 20 nautical miles now. FMC message drag required. Yes, drag is required. I concur. So we'll put a bit of spoiler out there to help with the drag. More, a bit more.
And Harkia Control, Matrox 436 is
Yeah, I know.
at 2,300
I just need to make sure it's configured. I just need to make sure that the
240.
aircraft is configured and ready first, so it might be slightly below.
Manfox 436,
But I'm just going to check all that now. So this is all good.
approach, runway
I'm just going to make sure the
27,
seatbelt signs
report
are on. Radios are set. Weather radar is set. MCP is set for now. Overhead is set.
Matrox 436.
Okay, 10,000 landing lights on. I think we're good to go. Last weekend. Thank you for the follow, sir. Welcome to the flight. Now, as is normal with the stream, once I start hand flying on the approach, I go to sterile cockpit. So, once we're at 9,000 feet, we're going to disconnect. We're going to start hand flying. And once I do that, I'm going to be going to sterile cockpit. I'm still going to talk you guys through what's going on and what I'm doing, but I won't be answering questions. But I will be reviewing chat once we're on the ground and chocked up at the gate. Drag required, apparently. Ooh, look at that rumbling as we put the brakes in. So I need to figure out my flap. So 3,000 feet, 2,500, 2,000 gear down, 1,000, and then, yeah, 1,500. Okay, yep, cool. That should be good. Here we go, people. Sterile cockpit and hand flying. This should be fun. Wow, this is actually
Dylan
really nice to handle.
104, you're cleared the RNAV X-ray approach, runway 23 left, descend via the approach profile.
Cleared RNAV X-ray approach, runway 23 left, descend via the approach profile. New Zealand 104, thanks.
And hierarchy of control, Madfox 436, fully established. Risk 27.
So this is actually
Madfox
really nice to fly.
436,
Hand fly, I should say.
310 at 16 knots, runway 27, cleared to land.
Might have to turn
Clear land,
sensitivity down
runway
on my
27,
elevators a little
Madfox
bit.
436.
Can I arm approach on this for RNAVs? No, I can't, sadly. So there's this thing in the 737 when you can actually arm approach for even for a non-ILS approach, which is quite nice. Adjust the trim a bit. $6,000 feet. I'm gonna manually set speed here. Can bring it down to 200 knots. You don't want to be going too fast when you go into these RNAV approaches, because otherwise you're going to fall behind the aircraft, because these things, as you can see, these things happen really quickly. So you don't want to be going too fast. So let's just set that down to 180. No, we'll keep it at no, we'll keep it at 200. Just for now. Trim up some more. FMC message, probably drag required. Whoever that was, thank you for the follow. I will get to you once we are on the ground. So you can see our flight path coming up there. Why are you not keeping me on profile? Why are you not keeping me on profile? That's better. That was a bit weird, but okay. Coming down through the clouds. Here we go, boys.
Kiwi 41, continue descent to 3000, radar terrain. Continue descent down to 3000, radar terrain, Kiwi 421.
Gonna bring it down to 180 knots. And we're gonna go flaps. We're gonna go flaps 1 a bit early. It's like the shaking that you're getting with the aircraft, though. It's quite nice. It's a bit better now. I can see a bit more. Maybe we should be able to drop those speed brakes now. No, we're still ridiculously high, though.
Madfox 436, welcome to Hakia, taxi to the apron via Foxtrot.
Taxi taxi to the open via Foxtrot, Madfox 436.
New Zealand 104, contact Auckland Tower now on 118.7. See ya.
118.7 for New Zealand 104, thanks. Auckland Tower, New Zealand 104, with you established, RNAV X-ray approach, runway 23 left.
New Zealand 104, descent unrestricted, continue approach number 1.
Descent unrestricted, continue approach number 1, New Zealand 104. 2,500 feet, flaps 5.
2,500.
And all New Zealand 415 taxi.
Bring the speed down a bit.
New Zealand 415, taxi to holding point Alpha 1.
Gonna bring the speed down to 142, which is
via
VREF.
Bravo, Bravo 2 and Alpha.
Okay, Bravo 2 and Alpha to Alpha 1 for 23 left, New Zealand 415 heavy.
2,000 feet, flaps 10, gear down. Don't worry guys, I got my landing rate monitored. Flaps 30. Bit low.
New Zealand 104, wind 240, 05 knots, runway 23 left, clear to land.
Cover the winds, clear to land 23 left, New Zealand 104. Speed brakes armed, manual power. Runway in sight. Stable.
And Auckland Tower, New Zealand 415 heavy, ready on reaching 23 left.
Yeah, mate, you're not getting out before me.
New Zealand 415, behind the arriving 747, line up, runway 23 left behind.
Now, I'm going to
Okay,
be
after
interested to
landing
see what my
company
landing rate is with this,
747,
because I'm not
New
used to
Zealand
landing
415
such a big aircraft, so... It's going to be interesting.
Approaching 23 left.
Approaching minimums.
Landing.
Minimums.
That 747's showing up as a CRJ, what the heck.
50. 30. 20. 10.
Floating. Floating. That wasn't bad. And reverses. And we'll disarm brakes, stow reverses, and roll out to the high speed. So that wasn't too bad. And Auckland Tower, New Zealand 104, clear of the active.
New Zealand 104, taxi to stand of your choice via Alpha and Kilo.
Stand of my choice, Alpha Kilo, New Zealand 104.
New Zealand 415. Airborne contact. Ohio control on 125.1, wind 240, 05 knots, runway 23 left, cleared for takeoff.
Let's get an outside view
Okay,
of
we'll
those
call
massive
165
30-degree flaps
take
out
off
there.
23 left, New Zealand 415 heavy.
So we're going to turn right here on Alpha, and then we'll be turning left into Kilo. I've triggered GSX just because that's what I'm used to for guiding me in. We're at a decent hour, so yeah, I'll try and get us. I'll try and do a domestic flight down to Wellington for a real challenging approach. Okay, so let me just catch up on chat here. Shadow Milk, thank you so much for the follow, sir. Welcome to the flight. Yes, popcorn is definitely 100% recommended for that for watching that approach, because that is an interesting approach. What have we got next? Did I turn off the landing lights? No, I didn't. What have we got next? WTJ12345, thank you for the follow, sir. Welcome to the flight, my friend. Yeah, I've got so many flight sim hours that I can generally do well on whatever aircraft I find myself in. Traffic off, weather radar off. How Smokill, how is the bird? The 747 is absolutely amazing. I love it to bits already. Shadow Milk, yeah, like I said, we're definitely going to look at doing another domestic flight. And Zakari, is that how you pronounce your name? If not, I apologise. I am going to be doing it. I am from New Zealand. I am from Wellington, which is where we're going to hopefully go next. Now, let's see how we do with parking the 747. Start bringing it into the stand. Oh, that's going to be a problem. Where's my marshaller? Where's me marshaller? I have no idea. Oh god. I'm going to have to external view park this. Not looking too bad. Thankfully, thanks to the new dynamics that... Oh wow, that's actually pretty good parking. Thanks to the dynamics that PMDG installed on this, it actually rolls quite well onto the stand. So we're going to park right about there, I think. Set parking brakes. APU on the bus. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're going to try GSX for this, so we're going to request deboarding. Return. Doors. Disarm. Jetway's coming on. Interesting that the stairs are going up the front. Okay, we might have to deal to that later on. Okay, doors. Open entry 2. Here we go. Jetways! You're fucking drunk! Oh my god. Okay, that's a bit off as well. Okay, yeah, they've actually configured this to not work well with GSX, so we're going to just ignore GSX. We're going to request lavatory.
Park by me.
We're going to request those. What do you mean I didn't park? Oh, you're over there. Couldn't be bothered, my friend.
How did you find the approach?
Did you see which approach I flew?
Yeah, I was ahead of you. I was the 43.
I know you were,
43.
but you took the ILS, mate.
That
All
proved
stations, all stations. Auckland
Hold on,
Tower
I can't hear
logging
you
off
over
now.
Auckland Tower.
Contact Ohake Control on 125.
Let's just
Level
switch that straight away.
270.
Now I can't hear you
Okay,
over
radar
Ohake.
departure, heading 270. Squawk
Well, let's just go to
5510.
122.8 until we're ready to talk to these people again. There we go. So what were you saying, Nick?
I was saying, how did you find the approach? Did you find you had to slow down, like slow it down quite early on the approach?
It wasn't too bad actually.
Because I did the ILS, the 2-3 left, and it went out, but it didn't sort of go VIBAG direct MRAG. It sort of chucked me around on what it would think like would be a sort of a continuing right-hand turn, and it didn't slow down enough, so I had to jump on the speed brakes and the vert div to help it out a bit.
Interesting. No, I didn't. I guess I didn't really have those sort of issues because I was doing more of the because I was doing the RNAV approach. I manually hook up for I manually take control of the speed early anyway, so I wasn't doing it too much. So no instant replay unfortunately, guys, because I am on VATSIM, so I can't quite do that.
Are you going back?
No, I'm going to Wellington next.
Really?
Yeah. I'm gonna go empty because there's no way we're taking a fully loaded 774 in there, because that would be crazy. So, Nick, my friend, your first flight in the 747, what was your landing rate?
I don't know, but it was a good landing.
Well, ladies and gentlemen of the stream, my first flight in the 747, yeah, that was actually really well. There is my landing rate.
What is it, Alex? Because I can't see.
Minus 137 feet per minute.
Beautiful, mate.
Absolutely beautiful. So, yeah. Not bad. I did float for a bit, so we'll have to get better on that. Zakari, I was getting about 20 to 30 frames per second. It's at Fly Tampa, Sydney, in the virtual cockpit, so not that bad. If you're interested in my specs, they are down below. So we're going to get set up here while they're doing that. We're going to go and also request we're just going to request forward, mid, and cabin cleaning. Going to release the lavatory and request the fuel truck. While they do their thing, we're going to switch over. How's my VAS use looking, actually? I'm going to need a restart. Actually, no, my VAS use is up. I think we're going to be good, though. So we're going to do the flight planning for the next stage, for the next flight. So we're going to hide that. Going to switch over to the browser. So the next flight we're going to do, I'm going to move those out of the way. Otherwise I'm going to have issues reaching my keyboard for all of this. So, flight planning. We are at Auckland. We are going to Wellington. We do not want that route because that will take us a long time. So we're going to depart Auckland to... I actually feel like doing a non-standard route to Auckland. Big Gaming VAS is my virtual... it's basically your video RAM, is what I understand it as. So those levels that I got are quite nice. So we're going to take a non-standard route to Wellington. We're going to go out to Lakes. We're going to go down to... we're basically going to go over the centre of New Zealand and hopefully maybe get some good views and come in on a... actually no, that's going to take too much extra time. Zakari, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the flight, my friend. So, We're just gonna go standard route tonight. No special stuff. So we want to go Limes, then Carol, then Yankee 506 to Te Papa. There we go. So that's our route. We're going to edit the flight. I'm going to go over here. Like I said, we're going to do this empty just because it's going to be, otherwise it's going to be ridiculously impossible to get into Wellington. So I've just reset my aircraft to empty. We're going to take the same call sign, 0 passengers, 0 cargo, NZAA, NZWN. Pasted that route in, 747-400. Everything else is good, so we are going to generate that flight. And while that's going, we're going to clear out all of the old charts that we had that we don't need anymore and start getting the new charts that we will need. So we're going to need Auckland Standard Instrument departures off 23 left. We're going to need that one there, so we can drop those two. After that, we're going to switch to the Wellington charts. I won't bring them up just yet because we don't quite need them yet. Going to profile that flight plan on VATSIM. I'm going to grab my details here and put that in there. Everything else looks pretty good. There's... Actually, I think we might get up there. We'll see. Actually, that's going to... Interesting. Still on VATSIM, aren't we? Oh wow, just straight up updates now. That's pretty good. Cool, so now that that's done, we're going to get this thing ready for turnaround. First thing we need to do is load fuel. That is not the browser I wanted. That is the browser I wanted. So the first thing we need to do is load fuel. How much fuel do we need? 20867. 20867. So just a tiny bit more than what we had on board. Got like catering trucks and everything still sitting there. And the jetway ridiculously below the aircraft. Okay, so next up we'll do the CDU. Route, that's what I want. Runway 23 left. I'll go to vPilot and grab my route. The other thing I'm going to actually do is settings, miscellaneous, synchronize. And I'm going to restart that. So the other thing that I'm doing right now is restarting my data provider for my electronic flight bag because it has this nice thing of, there we go, so that's going to go black for a second there just because my electronic flight bag data provider is synchronizing my simulator clock with...
Warning, high bass usage. Warning, high bass usage.
Oh shit.
Warning, high bass usage.
Can you shut up?
Warning, high bass usage.
We're going to ignore that. And hopefully it'll be good. So yeah, so that's just synchronized with UTC time, and actually I should be turning some of those lights off. Those shouldn't be on, and neither should those while we're parked at the gate. We're going to need dome lights on. So let me just turn these lights on. struggles of finding all the light switches. This generally well hidden as well. Is there any light switches down here? I don't think so. No, I can't wait for the Quality Wings 787 either. It's going to be a pretty good aircraft, hopefully. Nope, that's just MCDU brightness. Nope. Nope. Where are my light switches for this panel? Be here somewhere. That one probably. Yes, there we go. Now I just need the center console, which generally is on the center console, but today it doesn't look like it is. I'll stand. There we go. There's all my lights on. Perfect. So we've got my route open. So, what the heck did I just press? I just pressed the wrong button. We want, and there's a space there, so I just need to clear all that out. Limes. Oops. Okay. Limes, H384. Hotel 384. KARRL. To Carol. Yankee 506. T Papa. Execute. Departing. Well, I've actually looked at my flight plan, and they've already, and the ATC's already assigned us. Lingu 2 Papa departure. Limes transition. So we'll execute that. Route. Perfect. Prefent. Load these are fuel weight. Reserves of 1. Cost index 55. Cruise altitude 380. Step size 2000. Thrust limit. Whoops. Cover that big gaming. Have fun. We're gonna go 50 degree assumed temp with a 10% D rate, so 50%, 50 degree, 10%, and we're gonna take off flaps. What the heck? We're gonna take off flaps 10. There we go. Runway condition dry. Everything else is good. Load the V speeds. Load the center of gravity. And that gives us a trim of 4.8. Which is about there. So that's all done. So we'll contact air traffic control for clearance.
And Hack Air Control New Zealand 6
In a
on
second.
the ground at Auckland. Radio check. New Zealand 6, read G555. New Zealand 6, now ready for entering through to Los Angeles.
Well, while we wait, we can set up a couple of things, such as V2 is
New Zealand
138,
6,
so we're going to
the
set
winds in Auckland 240 knots, QNH 1018, the active runway 23 left.
138, so we're going to set
You are
145,
cleared to Los
231.
Angeles via flight plan
I can
route.
already tell you we're going to be cleared straight up to
First
380
one
because this is New Zealand and I know how they
departure.
work here.
Then it will be
Since we don't have anything to do, we're going to sit on the outside view and just wait. So we've got catering doing their thing,
Oceanic transition, squawk 0211.
cargo doing their thing. Be nice if they had the actual animated loading and unloading like GSX does, but all in due time.
The first one Papa
I'm going
departure
to
23 left.
go to menu because there's a couple of
Acom Oceanic
changes I'd like
And
to
the
make to the
40211.
simulator config before we move any further.
New Zealand 6 readback is correct. Push and start is approved. Time now 0. Time now 12. And a copy push and start approved. Time 12. Thanks, New Zealand 6. So Harky Control, Kiwi 421 with you passing through 3000 for 4000. Kiwi 421, cancel the SID, track direct to Para Umu, turn right, track direct Para Umu, climb flight level 150.
Turn right, track over and climb flight level 150, Kiwi 421.
Where the heck is the option for the rotary knobs is what I'm looking for.
New Zealand 415, when ready descend to 1000, the Cook Strait QNH 1010.
Okay, we're ready down on 1000, 1010, New Zealand
I don't
415
seem
heavy.
to actually have the option in here, which is a bit annoying. Wait, what? Hold on. Nope. Don't tell me it's in here somewhere. Holy cow, there's a lot of options in here. Jesus Christ. This is a ridiculous amount of options. You could change the headrests. Good God, man. So the option that I'm looking for doesn't seem to be here, which is a bit annoying. So I guess I'll just have to deal with it, sadly. Anyway, we'll call up for clearance. Okay, Control New Zealand 104 looking for IFR clearance down to Wellington.
New Zealand 104, the winds in Auckland 240 at 5 knots, QNH 1018, active runway 23 left. You are cleared to Wellington via flight plan route, flight level 380, a Lungu to Papa departure lines transition, squawk 5504.
And New Zealand 104 is cleared down to Wellington via the flight plan route, flight level 380, Lingo 2 Papa departure lines transition, squawking 5504.
New Zealand 104, readback is correct, push and start is approved, time now, what's
Readback correct, push and start approved, New Zealand 104, thanks. So he's cleared us for push and start straight away, so we're going to get that ready to go. We're going to go back to FS, going to start pulling the service vehicles away, so we're going to pull the cargo guys off first.
You're cleared the Davy 3 Alpha
and then
arrival,
release
runway
these
23
guys.
left. Report 10 nautical miles from top of descent.
Cleared Davy 3
And
Alpha,
release the
arrival
fuel
on
truck
runway 23
as
left,
well.
and we'll report 10 miles out from top of descent. Network,
So the next thing we need to do is just double check in here that everything's set up to go. Radios are set to go. Looks all good down there.
Kiwi 421.
Looking good.
When ready, you can descend to 4000.
Looking good.
The Manawatu QNH is
I'm going to
1011.
reset the flight directors real quick.
Wing ready to descend to 4000.
There we go, flight directors reset.
Kiwi 421.
We're gonna cancel recall. There we go, reset that. Okay. Gonna pull the jetway away. We're gonna close the doors. Close all. I'm gonna use GSX for pushback, hopefully. And why are you trying to stop on? Why are you trying to turn off on me, you stupid monitor? I need to turn that function off. Prepare for pushback. Nose right. No, I do not want to start engines before pushback. Okay, so we're going to turn the packs off for pushback. Ignition systems are working. We're all set. Good to get underway again. I thought I said to close all the doors.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Oop, there's a 777 just spawned in. I thought I said to retract the jetway as well.
Locking gear.
Oh yeah, at least now the doors are closing, so that's all good. That's a lot of smoke. Pushback tugs in position. We're actually going to be able to see him from the cockpit.
Departure check
Nope.
completed. Flight has been inserted.
And hardware control, New Zealand 6 now fully ready for taxi. New Zealand 6 taxi to holding point Alpha 1, runway 23
I
left
just realised the
via
chocks are
Kilo
still in
Alpha.
as well. Whoops. Let's...
And attacking now, Alpha 1 holding 23 left via Kilo and Alpha New
There we go.
Zealand 6.
Whoops. My bad. Hopefully they fix some of these GSX issues, because I would the one thing I would hate would be for PMDG to basically say, oh no, we're not supporting GSX because we've got our own stuff now. There's plenty of people who would still like to use GSX, so hopefully they don't do that, but we'll see. We'll have to see what happens. We're pushing back, so what we should probably do is... Wow, okay, it really doesn't like GSX. So we're going to pull those. Wait for a bit of... do we have... Can we bring, engines? Cut the fuel in for those two. And bring the beacon light on as well. The lighting is spectacular, though, I'll tell you that much. Cool, those two engines are started. Pull the other two switches. Wait for them to spool up a bit.
Kiwi 421, you continue descent to 3000.
There we go.
Hakia QNH is 1011.
Continue descent to 3000, QNH 1011.
Are we going to stop pushback anytime soon, or are we just going to keep pushing back to the building?
And
There we go.
Kiwi 421, crossing the Palmerston VOR, turn left heading 300, and from there you're
accept.
cleared the ILS DME approach runway 27.
Okay,
Control, could we take the visual approach?
generators are all engaged,
Very
APU
cool,
coming
21.
off, packs coming on. Going to turn that on
Kiwi
to start
421,
with,
since
we've still got ground crew in the way of the other
I'll give you
lights.
the clearance a little bit later.
RC Control after the Palmerston VOR, and left heading
I know there's cabin
300
light
to
options
the
in here, but
ILS 27 approach.
Interesting, that's pretty cool. I've never actually
Yeah,
messed
no,
with that.
Hacker Control, Matchbox 4 Tree is 10 miles out from Double Season.
Okay, what do we got next? So he's
Matchbox
disconnecting.
43 descend to 11,000.
They're clear, so we can
The
turn the strobe
Northland
lights
QNH
on now.
1018.
God, even for a
Clear
simulator,
down
those
to
strobes are bright.
11,000, Northland QNH 1018, Matchbox 4 Tree.
Left and right are clear. We're going to turn the rest of those lights on. Everything else looks to be...
Kiwi
oh, wow.
421.
Look at the
Cancel
scratches
the
on there. That's
ILS approach,
awesome.
runway 27. You're cleared the visual approach, runway 27. And descent is unrestricted from the Palmerston VOR.
TCAS comes on. What a break.
Cancel ILS 27
RTO.
and there'll be the visual
What a
approach
throttle.
for runway 27 and
There we go.
no descent unrestricted past the
Recall,
Palmerston VOR
nothing.
Harry 421.
Cabin
Thanks very
crew,
much.
arm doors and cross check. Alright, you control New Zealand 104, ready for taxi, runway 23 left.
New Zealand 104, taxi to holding point Alpha 1, runway 23 left, via Kilo and Alpha.
Alpha 1 holding point 23 left via Kilo Alpha, New Zealand 104. And we're on the move. Whoa, this thing's shooting off the blocks this time because we are running no payloads simply because the next airport that we're going to go into doesn't really have the runway length to support us with a payload as well. So we're just going empty. One thing I will do while we're on the straight and narrow taxi is update the stream info. So I'm going to pull out of Kilo here, follow the taxi line. Turning left onto Alpha. Perfect. So while we're doing that, I'm going to update this. Oops, that's not quite right. There we go. Cool, that's been updated. Can need to put a bit of power into there, and while this thing rolls along,
Hello, Hacker Control, New Zealand 6. Fully ready for
Beer number
departure,
2.
Set up for 1.
Cheers everyone.
New Zealand 6, report airborne. Runway 23 left, cleared for takeoff.
Zakara, I am planning on becoming a pilot.
Clear for takeoff, 23
I
left, and we'll
just
report airborne, New
I
Zealand
just
6.
have no intention of becoming a commercial pilot, at least not at this stage. I'm dealing with some issues regarding false information on my medical record. As soon as that is sorted, I'm going to be starting my private pilot training, but unfortunately I can't start until that is sorted because it's information that has a high chance of preventing me from getting my medical. So, and that's the first thing that I want to do before I start my training.
Kiwi 421 has the field in sight.
So while we're cruising down here on the
Kiwi
taxiway,
421, the winds are 310 at 16 knots, runway 27, cleared to land.
it feels so slow when you're up on
Yes,
top
land
deck,
runway
but you're actually going
27,
really
Kiwi
far, but
421,
you're actually going
thanks.
quite fast down the taxiway.
New Zealand 415,
1510.
continue descent via the star profile to 3000, Wellington QNH 1011.
Zakaria, I wouldn't be sure on that because I haven't bothered to check. Because I have a university degree, so I don't anticipate having any problems with education. While we're going here, we'll get another look at these gorgeous flaps coming out. Yes, I do have the taxi lights on, they're just a bit dim is all. Yeah, no, I've currently got the New Zealand Privacy Commission investigating the issue, so hopefully they'll help me resolve the problem, because the DHB doesn't seem to care that they refuse to acknowledge that they put false information on my medical record, which is the most annoying thing. But I digress. It'll be sorted one way or another. I'm confident in that. So here we go. Coming up Alpha 1. A bit of diff brake in there, just to help the turn, because it's a bit of a tight turn in here. Yeah, I've already done 2 trial flights at my local, at one of my 2 local airfields, Paraparam Airport. Just get this ready for departure. Continuous. Should probably do that.
New Zealand 6 identified.
So I've already done 2 trial flights, and those were pretty good. So I've already got my aero club picked out where I'm going to do my training.
And up now to level 2.
They train in Cessna 152s, so little 2-seaters, so it makes it a bit cheaper. Should be good fun. Ahaki, control New Zealand 104 Alpha 1 fully ready.
New Zealand 104, line up runway 23 left.
Line up and wait 23 left, New Zealand 104. So we're about to get underway to Wellington here. Just been given the line up and wait instructions, so that is what we are going to do.
Approaching 23 left.
You can see the blinking lights ahead of the aircraft that we are waiting for, that just departed ahead of us. It really doesn't actually feel like you're that high in this, but then you look out and you realize, holy crap, I did a terrible job of aligning that on the runway.
New Zealand 104, report airborne, runway 23 left, cleared for takeoff.
Report airborne, clear for takeoff 23 left, New Zealand 104. Across 25% toga.
Mad Fox 43,
Listen to that whine.
Profile for 3000, Auckland QNH 1018.
You switch into here though to keep it on the centre and watch my speeds. Hold.
Down to 3005 east now, Auckland QNH 1018, Mad Fox 43.
Crap. Ignore me doing absolutely terribly with this.
Positive rate of climb.
Gear up. Okay, control New Zealand 104, airborne passing at 1000.
New Zealand 104 identified, tracked by the SID climb flight level 380.
Track via the SID climb flight level 380, New Zealand 104. Okay, bug up. So I'm going to set that to 250 knots. Need to zoom in a bit so I can actually see my engine numbers here. Flaps 5. flight 1. I didn't select LNAV.
Kiwi 421,
There
you going to
Flaps
the
up.
northern apron?
Harky confirmed fine for me, Kiwi 421.
Autopilot
Kiwi
on.
421, taxi to the
And
northern
select
apron
VNAV.
via Golf.
Continuous ignition.
Taxi to the northern apron via Golf, Kiwi 421.
Yeah, they are fun little planes. Like I said, I've been in them twice, and yeah, they are fun. And
New Zealand
look at that climb
415, you
rate.
cleared the ILS DME approach runway 34. Report established.
That climb rate, though.
Clear ILS DME34, will report established New Zealand 415 heavy.
Where is that New Zealand 415 going? He's going to Wellington as well. He's way ahead of me.
Zealand 104, cancel the start, turn left, track direct lines. Continue climb flight level 380.
Cancel the turn left direct lines. Continue climb flight level 380 New Zealand 104. Thanks. Coming up for 10,000 feet, landing lights can come off. Logo light can come off, and we'll leave the seat belts on auto. Cool. Up and away we go. So it'll be leveling off here as we accelerate.
Jetstar 253, neon frequency.
Doesn't sound like he is. Now, while we're up and away again, I need to check something. I need to check that in there.
Shadow video, Cessna 253.
Jetstar
Nothing new in there.
253, the
Not
winds
too
in
great.
Auckland 250 at 2 knots. QNH 1018, the active runway will be 23 left. You are cleared to Wellington via flight and route. Flight level 280, a linear to departure, lines transition. Squawk 4402.
God, just seeing the outer engine movement is insane. And the wing slicks, just seeing them move up and down, it's honestly a bit scary, but
Shadow clear to Wellington, heading to Papa departure, runway 23 left, level 280, QNH 1018, squawk 4402, Cessna 253.
anyway, we're on the up and up here out of Auckland, bound for Wellington on the
253,
PMDG.
readback is correct.
747.
Just, be aware it's the lines transition off the linear to Papa. Other than that, everything's fine. Push and start is approved. Time now 36.
I just realised we should probably have those lights off. What does this do? Light something entire
and going down. Thanks very much for the see this evening and enjoy the rest of your day.
Kiwi 421 flight team.
Feel like
Charlotte
I'm
terminated,
missing.
Time 37. See ya.
Nope. I feel like I'm missing some lights over here somewhere.
New Zealand 415. The winds are 330 at 13
Maybe
knots.
not.
Runway 34. Cleared to land.
That's it, standard.
Clear to land 34 New Zealand 415 heavy. This should be fun.
Yeah, he's doing exactly what we're about to do, going into Wellington with a 747. I'm honestly waiting for somebody to take the PMDG 747 and basically take basically make a 747 livery for Air New Zealand that uses the modern livery, because this is what's called the Pacific Wave livery. This is quite old now. There's only a few aircraft that still carry this livery, mainly because they haven't had a chance to be repainted, or in the case of the 767s, they're sadly going out of service soon, so it's not worth repainting them. But I would love to see somebody do a Air New Zealand 747 in the new livery. Unfortunately, I don't have the paint skills to be able to do it. But it would be awesome if they did. God, we're still climbing at a ridiculous rate right now. I think we can safely turn the dome lights back on now. There we go. Is there a second level? Yes, there is. We don't need that level. It's good old dome lights. So we cruise on up here. What happens if you do that at night? Oh god, it looks terrible. Should probably turn the weather back on. NFFN. Possibly not. I'm not that into the island flights to be.
You cleared the ILS.
I'm not that into the island flights to be perfectly honest. The next flight I'm probably going to do is probably going to be a times 4 sim rate flight across from Painfield. And that'll be with the 747-400ER, the extended range model. Mainly because I will need to start. I'm going to start delivering 747s for my virtual airline that I have in development. Because we need to get those 74s from the factory to their hubs. So that'll be the next flight that I'll probably do. That'll probably be Friday night, maybe, or Saturday night, depending on when I get delivery done. Hopefully the paint kit for these 7.4 is as easy to use as the rest of the PMDG fleet, and I'll be able to get it done fairly quickly. I love YouTube! Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the flight, my friend. That is an absolutely stunning profile. It really is.
New Zealand 415, welcome to Wellington. Taxi to the apron via Alpha 1, Alpha Bravo 5.
Alpha 1, Alpha Bravo 5, New Zealand 415.
I have email. No. Nothing to worry about. Oh my god. Not quite, Self. We are getting very close, though. There are less than 1,000 feet to go. Yeah, it's still climbing fast as fuck. That's what happens when you have no payload. There we go. Engine pitch decreasing, and that is top of climb, everyone. Flight level 380 over New Zealand, bound for Wellington. Boom. I'm just going to check the weather at Wellington because I want to plan the approach now to get accurate top of descent calculations. There's going to be runway 34, so that's Auckland. Thank you very much. I want this. ILS 3. Wait, what? Oh, I know what that is. Wait, what? Hold on a second, I gotta check something here. I don't recall there being 2 RNFs. Curious. The hell? So yeah, I love YouTube. Wellington is in New Zealand. It's actually where I live, so I usually fly down there quite a lot. So we're gonna want Te Papa. Oh god, so that's probably that. Te Papa 3 Alpha. Transition, execute. Perfect, so now we'll get accurate top of descent, 83 nautical miles. So we're gonna,
415 shutting down, stand 26, thanks for your services tonight.
gonna set that.
New Zealand
Nav radio's already
415, flight 10
armed.
Starwatch terminated, time 44.
So that's all
Yeah.
good. The only thing left to do is set the minimums for the approach, which I need to actually open up the approach. Oh my god, where is it? There it is. Okay, approach. Let's bring this up so you guys can see. So here's the approach. We're going to be ILS 34. You can see it also has 2 arc approaches. Which is pretty cool.
Control, Metrox 43 fully established.
So our minimums are going to be decision height, and it's going to be this value here, 276, because we definitely have a 4%. We can definitely take a 4% climb gradient. And we're on the ILS, so 276 on the radio. I absolutely hate this system, though. Unfortunately, I can't find anything in the settings to change it.
Shall I just on 253 request taxi
what did I actually say?
23 left?
And I left the browser on again. I said 276.
253. Taxi holding point Alpha 1, runway 23 left via
Whoops, I
Bravo
went too
6
far.
and Alpha.
Went too far again. Yep, I need to get in the habit of
Taxi
turning that
23
web
left
page
via
off. I
Bravo
keep
6
leaving
Alpha.
it on. I'm
Just on 253.
Trogi Gaming, oh, welcome. Yeah, there probably isn't too much air traffic control on in the US at the moment because everyone's probably either asleep. Holy crap, there's none. Wow. Which probably means that everyone's either asleep or flying the 747 is the most likely explanation for that. So we're 65 nautical miles from top of descent. Everything's configured except that. Yeah, we're going auto brakes 4 for this, boys. What's the VREF? 125. Actually, no, I want flaps 25 just because we're light, and the higher the flaps, the harder it's going to be to get the aircraft down on the ground. And unfortunately, no, I do not remember you. I've encountered a lot of names since Millennium Air actually functioned, so unfortunately not. Although I have a suspicion. Just big gaming, just no. Just no. Yeah, so we're going to do flaps 25 because flaps 30 will give us ridiculous amounts of lift, and it's going to be it's going to be a lot easier to float if we have flaps 30, which is something we don't want at Wellington. An aircraft like this you want to be sitting down as soon as possible at Wellington, otherwise you're going to run out of runway. I know. Just a bit disappointed in you, that's all. Just had to do it, didn't ya? I don't know, what are we gonna do with you? What are we gonna do with you?
New Zealand 104, you're cleared the Te Papa 3 Alpha arrival, runway 34.
Clear Te Papa 3 Alpha arrival, runway 34, New Zealand 104.
And New Zealand 104, report again 10 nautical miles short of top of descent.
Report 10 nautical miles on top of descent, New Zealand 104. Yeah, we're going to land a 747 at Wellington. We're going to be doing it with basically no payload, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. But we'll see how we go. Yeah, that's what I suspected. Yeah, I figured it was you, Mark. Ah, dear. I've been flying this for, I've been playing with this thing for almost 4 hours now, and I'm still speechless as to how beautiful it actually is, so what does that tell you about the quality of the product? I'll repeat what I said earlier on in the stream. I've flown on the 747 before, I've flown on the top deck. It is truly magical flying in one of these things, and I feel that PMDG have managed to capture the magic in this product. It's absolutely amazing.
Case control, Metro 43.
Actually, how far away from
Alpha
top descent?
6,
We need to
request
report,
taxi
don't we?
to gate 73.
32 nautical miles.
Mad Fox 43, welcome to Auckland.
I'm just happy that I finally managed to get a credit card, because not only does that mean I don't have to wait for a paycheck. I mean, obviously I have to manage myself a lot better because I don't want to just go over over the money that I can pay, which is why I set a credit limit which is just above how much I make every couple of weeks. But not only do I have a credit card that I can use to put this on, I also earn air points on it, so it's a win-win.
It's 253, line up runway 23 left.
Line up runway 23 left, Cessna 253.
Yeah, so I'll just reiterate it again for those of you who are interested in the stream. My current schedule is basically Wednesdays and most Saturdays are guaranteed streams. Some Saturdays it depends on what my schedule is, because I sometimes have away competitions, because I do sport on Saturdays, but it's not that often. So Wednesdays and Saturdays are guaranteed. Sunday is pretty much guaranteed as well. Monday I do sometimes. And Friday I do sometimes as well. It all depends on how much other work I've got to do. For instance, this week I'm only going to be able to do, I'm not going to be able to do either the Monday or the Friday, because I'm way behind on the work that I need to do. I've got work on my on the website for my VA that I need to do, because I want to get that done sooner rather than later.
253,
and apparently and also now that we've got this aircraft, I need to do my liveries for it as well. I've got 2 liveries to make for this. So that's a thing.
Cessna 253, clear for takeoff, report airborne. Cessna 253.
The Christchurch Control New Zealand 104 is 10 nautical miles from top of descent.
New Zealand 104, when ready, descend to 11,000, Cook Strait QNH 1011.
When ready down to 11,000, copy the QNH New Zealand 104. Mark, what VA do you think?
And New Zealand 104, which approach would you like into Wellington?
I think we'll just take the stock standard ILS this time, thanks, New Zealand 104.
New Zealand 104, thank you.
Now it clicks. Yeah, flight sim liveries can be hard. The PMDG paint kits are really easy to work with, I've found. Other stuff like Carenado is a bit trickier, but you can make it work with enough perseverance and brute force.
China Zesta 253 airborne, passing
But
flight
yeah.
level 400.
How many liveries have I done so
It's
far?
253. I don't think you're at flight level 400. Report level passing.
China, sorry, passing flight level 1000.
No, you're not. You're at 1,000
That would mean
feet.
that you're at 100,000 feet. Yeah, the
So
flight level is
1,000.
above. Yeah, flight level begins at 150 in New Zealand. So yeah, you just say 1,000 feet. Jetstar 253 identified. Passing
God
3,000.
save me!
Cancel the third turn
Oh
left
my
track direct
God.
line.
Buzzing
Climb
flight
flight
level
level
1,000.
280.
Oh my god. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but you can't help but laugh when the new pilots make those sort of mistakes. You help them, but you can't help but
China
laugh.
to lines, climb to flight level
So,
280.
back to my deliveries. I've done so far 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 liveries for Flight Sim so far. The 747 is going to make it 24. You do learn from your mistakes. We were all there at some point. But yeah, so the 747 is going to make it 24 liveries. Possibly 25 if I need one for the ER as well, the ER freighter as well. I'm planning to do a livery for the 747-400 ER, 747-400F, and 747-400 ERF.
And shutdown.
I actually have very little free time. It's just I utilize it to its fullest extent.
Watch terminated time 56.
Which basically means if I'm not streaming, I'm probably not playing. Or at the
Reject,
very
flight training
least,
forward
I'm
terminated. Okay, we'll
testing
catch you
out
next time. Network 43.
flight
Cheers.
sim liveries. Yeah, so the 747 is going to make it 24, maybe 25 liveries, and then I've got a 737-200 sitting there that is going to make it 26. Big Gaming posted in C. I don't think I turned it on, but I could be wrong. Differage02, thank you for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the flight. You know, I should be on a diet right now, but there we go, it works fine. Yeah, I didn't think I'd turned it on, but you never know. Yeah, I should be on a diet right now, but that's actually very nice. But yeah, the 747 was just it's too good to pass up drinking some beer with. Back on diet tomorrow, I guess. God, those Rolls-Royce engines sound beautiful. That's actually one thing I'll need to do as well, is decide on what engine variants we need. Yeah, I plan on so if anyone's interested, for my VA, I've actually got pretty much all the aircraft I need so far. The only aircraft I'm missing at this point is the Quality Wing 787, and the 747-800. So basically, for the 747s, I'm planning to use the, well, actually, our freight operations manager, he wants 747-400 freighters and extended range freighters for the freight fleet. And then I've already planned 747-800s for the mainline fleet. We just need to wait for the 747-800 to actually release before we can do that. And then also I need the 787 to release at some point, but I can deal without that for a while. But until the 747-800 releases, we're just going to utilise 747-400 extended range models. I actually need to look up the range information on those to find out if they're going to have the range that I need. We can go a bit faster here. Yeah, lining up is the big problem. Thankfully, PMDG paint kits are generally really well made, so you don't have to do too much of that. I had to deal with a Captain Sim 767 livery recently, though, where some of the text I needed to put on it that went above the windows on one side, which was basically the virtual airline name, I had to align that on two separate edges because I had to cut the top off it and put it at the bottom of the paint
New
kit.
Zealand 6, Hawk 2000, and Monster Unicom.
And I also had to cut
See
it down the middle somewhere and move it over to a second file. It was a pain in the ass to line up. I had to do it.
Have a good evening and thank you for your services.
I've actually had to do it 4 times. I've done it once for the I've done it
No
twice
problem.
for the 767, for the Captain Sim 767-300 ER because I have 2 liveries for that. I've had to do it for the 200, and I've had to do it for the freighter as well. So it was a bit of a pain in the butt. And yes, I do have a YouTube channel. Stand by 1 second, and we will get you the link. I don't put much on there, not at this point. I've just got a few videos on there. What I am going to be doing with my YouTube channel, though, and the link is incoming in a second here. What I do plan on doing with my YouTube channel, though, is uploading videos that I take on my GoPro during my flight training to my YouTube channel. That's probably going to be the main thing that I use it for. But apart from that, I don't generally use it too much. If I've got a really good stream, that's not going to get copyright strike due to music, then I'll generally upload that to YouTube. Like I'm going to be.
I hope your controller's closing.
I'm going to be doing it for this aircraft, for this stream.
122.8. See ya.
Thanks for your service, Duncan. And that was Centel logging off. But yeah, so I knew that controller, so just dropping a nice thank you line for controlling tonight. So, ooh. I tried DCS. As much as I'm all, it was quite a while ago. So if I tried it again now, I might actually be able to figure it out. But back then, I couldn't figure the blimmin' thing out. I just crashed on the runway. Millennium AI sitting there doing bot things. Yeah, I need to give it another go at some point, but I've got so little time right now to actually do stuff. It's like trying to balance everything between getting my real life commitments done. Yes, getting my real life commitments done because I have to do. Yeah, I'm saving to get Chase plane. Every little bit helps. But yeah, speeding up a bit too much there, so we'll just bring that down. You know, it's just trying to juggle between like actually having time to actually relax and play just random stuff like Overwatch or Astroneer. Getting my real life stuff done, like when I get home each day, I need to go and do a stage of reloading, and I also need to put cleaning fluids down my rifle because I do long range competitive target shooting. So yeah, just every day when I come home, I've got to do stage of reloading because I load my own ammunition for that, and cleaning fluids down the rifle. Walk the dog, and then after that's done, I got dinner to eat, and throw all the shameless self plugs that you want. I do exactly the same with my stream on every single communications channel I have. But yeah, so yeah, getting all of that done, and then having dinner, and then actually squeezing in all the work that I want to do in the evenings and the streams that I want to do, which is the reason why I generally don't stream on Mondays and Fridays that often. Is because I try and get as much work as I can done during the week, because I've got my virtual airline that's in production right now. I've got work on the website to do on that. I've got liveries to do for that. I've got documents to do for that. I've got people helping me, but even so, I still do the majority of the work. On top of that, I'm also the webmaster for VatSim's New York Artec. So I have to manage that website and that TeamSpeak server, and that takes time, and all the little things. Ranger, I'll have a look at that after the stream, but we are descending. Oh, Jesus, where do those clouds come from? What is the weather in Wellington right now? Is it still as shit as it was? I think we're auto-landing tonight, because, oh my god. Oh, I'm so tired. So, I'll read you off the weather for Wellington at the moment. Issued at 0830 Zulu, so about 30 minutes ago. Wind 340 at 10 knots, which is very tame for Wellington. It's normally up around 20, easily variable between 280 and 020, visibility more than 10 kilometers. Clouds, overcast, 500 feet. Yeah. This is going to be a pretty low approach, considering that our minimums are 276 feet. So, yeah, it's going to be fun. Sakara, unfortunately, I do not know that because I don't fly without active sky. There's transition, so we're going to set 1001 is the altimeter. Sorry, the QNH. We're cleared to descend. Because ATC is not on, we can descend all the way down. 2,000 feet is the intercept altitude. Runway heading is 341 degrees, so we'll set that on here. I do love the bouncing numbers. I can't get enough of the bouncing numbers. It's awesome. So that's all set. That's all set down there. Just make sure there's no Wellington Tower on out of the blue, which there isn't. So that's good. What the? I might have to turn auto mod off because that was stupid. It shouldn't have flagged stuff. Ranging. Yeah, we are going to be. So basically, the current plan is there's going to be 2 classes of pilots in the VA. There's going to be casual pilots who can fly whatever they want from the start, and then there's going to be the more professional level who start from nothing and work their way up through all of the lower levels, all the way up till they can fly the biggest aircraft in the fleet. So obviously, professional pilots are going to require training at each stage. There'll be rank training, and then there'll be type ratings as well. They're gaming nice. I've heard good things about it. I don't plan on using it myself, but I have heard good things about it. You can be whatever you want to be when we launch. What was I going to say? So yeah, professional pilots will need training for each rank, and airframe training. Casual pilots can apply for training, but it's going to cost them money that they earn while doing flights to apply for a training session, and they'll also be shunted below professionals in the priority, mainly because professionals are actually required to do the training. But it's going to be interesting. I've done a lot of work on the website. I'm building it from scratch. I'm a website/software developer. That's how I make my money. It's what I do for a living. So I just decided to build the entire website from scratch, and it's working out well so far. Come down here for 10,000 feet. Landing lights on. Dome lights off. I was going to show you the scenery that I have for Wellington, but as you can see, there's no Wellington. It's all cloud. But I do have the God Zone scenery for Wellington, and it's absolutely amazing scenery. Unfortunately, it is not on sale anymore, which is a bit of a bummer, but yeah, it's a bit sad. But you can only hope that he will put it on sale again one day, because it is absolutely amazing stuff. Zakara, I get about the same frames as I get now, mainly because I have a ridiculously powerful CPU. I honestly haven't noticed any frame drops while streaming. It's quite nice. And we're not going to hand fly this time because of those clouds out there. That's 500 feet ceilings is not something I want to hand fly. God, that sound from those engines is insane. Oh, you can see a bit of the coast just there. Glimpse it through the clouds. No. Give me a heads-up display. Give me a heads-up display, and yes, I will happily hand fly through lovers like this. Not in something this big with no HUD though. I wonder if they're going to make. I wonder if there's an option for the 747-800 to have a HUD. That would be interesting. Yeah, Mark, I used to get frame rates like that as well, but then my computer started slowly dying on me, so I splurged for a massive update to my rig. My hardware specs are down there, I think. I think I'm pointing in the right place. They're down there below my stream, and into the clouds we go. So yeah, so I splurged for a big update, and it's worked wonders. I've been getting insane frame rates recently. I was on the ground fly Tampa Sydney with the 777, and I was getting 60. I was getting about 50 frames per second external, 20 to 30 frames per second in the virtual cockpit. So it's a pretty good rig that I've got here now, and it's got LED lights on it, so that makes me happy. I'm a sucker for LED lights. I don't know why. Sorry, what's not there? Yeah, I'm currently sitting on i7 6700K, GTX 780, and 32 gigs of RAM. The thing you've got to realize about Prepared 3D and FSX, specs are down there. They are. Look under hardware. It's right down there. I just looked, it's there. Lol. Whoops, that's not what I wanted, but that's actually quite beautiful. Starting to hit the reduced visibility. Yeah, so I got, it's a pretty decent upgrade. The thing you got to remember about Prepare 3D and FSX is that as long as you've got a half decent graphics card, you're not going to have graphics problems. It's your CPU that will actually hold you up. I found that out by just doing some performance testing on my laptop, which has pretty decent of both, and finding that the CPU is the main bottleneck, which is why I opted to upgrade my CPU massively and not my GPU. GPU will come in time, but not for a while, I don't think. 3,000 feet. Arm approach. Loc glide slope armed. I'm going to get ready for flaps at 3,000 feet, flaps 1. Localizer, glide slope speed, 200 knots, 3,000 feet, flaps 1. There we go, flaps 1's coming out. We're just going to start bringing this down to 130 knots. 2,500 feet will be flaps 5. God, I can't see a bloody thing right now. Holy cow. It's a bit intense. This is where you have to learn to trust your instruments. 2,500 feet, flaps 5. Okay, this is pretty intense right now. I have to say, Active Sky does a really good job of making this feel as intense as it should be. Speed brakes armed. 2,000 feet. Flaps 10 gear down. Can barely see the aircraft, the cloud is so thick. Holy cow, where's the aircraft gone? Guys, we lost the aircraft! Oh, there it is. Oh my god, we lost the aircraft. I'm not even... God, that's scary how thick that is. Okay, 1,500 feet, flaps 25. This is fun. Getting ready to hit the toga button if I need to. Land free. I think we're just going to let it auto land unless we need to go around. Yeah, this is ridiculous soup right now. And we've still got another 500 feet of it. 1,000 feet. I think we're stable. I can't see the runway, so I can't really call it.
1,000.
Let's set that to, holy fuck. This is ridiculous. I'm waiting for us to break out here. I really am.
Approaching. 3, 4.
Oh, the RAS is told us we're approaching freefall. Terrain's popped up. Terrain warnings popped up.
Caution, terrain.
Oh, there's the runway lights, boys.
Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain.
And we're out of it. We're just going to let it auto land, I think, so we can marvel at the majesty.
Pull up. Terrain, terrain. Pull up.
Where's the terrain inhibit?
Pull up. Terrain, terrain. Pull up. Minimums.
Landing. And touchdown. Reverse is green.
Remaining. 2,000 feet remaining.
Welcome to Wellington, everybody. That was a bit hairy.
1,000 feet remaining. 500 feet remaining.
Yeah, that's auto land for you. It'll do that. Interesting fact. There's actually spotters at this spotting point, which we use all the time in real life for spotting. That was an interesting approach. I'm highlighting that approach because that was intense. That was absolutely intense. We're gonna call for a marshaller. Gate on 26. It's just GSX loading up. There we go. Cool, so we'll put some power in and start taxiing to the gate. See, I hope you guys enjoyed that approach as much as I did. That was insane. And that is why I highly recommend you get a proper weather engine. Because that's what really makes you sweat when you're coming down and you just don't know what's happening out there, especially when you get the terrain pull up warning. That random black shadow there, that's just weird. I don't know what's causing that. Ranger, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the flight, my friend. Even though you have been here a while. Haha, I beat my stream notifications to it. Haha. I'm a legend. Lights and doors. Cabin crew, disarm doors and cross-check. There is only one heavy... Actually, no. I lie. Technically, there's 2 heavy gates at Wellington. Gate 26, which we're about to pull into, is one of them. The other heavy gate is gate 24, but if gate 24 is in use, you can't use gates 22 and... No, you can't use... Sorry, no, 23 is the other heavy gate, and if that's in use, you can't use... Ooh, look at that, that's almost perfect. You can't use gates 22 and 23. Damn, that's another good lineup. And again, no marshaller. God damn it. Yeah, the A320 FMC can be a bit weird, especially if you're used to something like Boeing. We should be able to just park it there. Perfect. APU dome lights on. APU on the bus. Cut off the engines. Air brakes off. Terrain override can come off. And we'll call the jetway. I know what I forgot to turn on. Okay, so the marshal is in the building. Good to know. I forgot to turn those lights back on. There we go. Still a bit low. Like, seriously. PMDG might need to tweak that a little bit. But yeah, welcome to Wellington, everybody. That was one hell of an approach. What is my... I don't have my landing rate monitor up. Oh well. Auto lands don't count, so doesn't matter that I don't have my landing rate monitor up. End of my beer. So yeah, I don't know what to say about that approach. That was actually one of the most intense approaches I've ever done. The only time I've had it worse than that was when I intentionally put the weather to category 3 Bravo minimums, which is basically you need 75 feet of lateral visibility and no vertical visibility, and then landed a 737 in that at Auckland. That's the only time I've had it worse than that, was when I intentionally did it, so that's a bit intense. Before I do finish up, I need to check something. I need this, I need that, and that. I'm going to bring this over to the screen while I have a look. No, nothing showing up there, so that's perfectly fine. I'm going to check dashboard there. Cool. Well, that was a pretty good evening, I'd say. We got 2 747 flights in. I would, if you're on the edge about buying it, I would highly recommend it. It's absolutely amazing. So, hopefully, I'm still speechless about how good this actually is. I know we've been waiting for it for a while, but PMDG have. I don't know. I reckon they've outdone themselves with this. This is absolutely insane. Compared to the Aerosoft, not the Aerosoft, compared to the FS Labs A320, which is the same price, FS Labs, oh my god, 2 drinks, I'm already slurring my words. FS Labs A320 is literally one aircraft with 2 engine options. I mean, it is very good simulation, don't get me wrong. I mean, I haven't used it myself, but from what I've heard, it's absolutely amazing. But it's got vast problems. It crashes. compared to that, which is roughly the same price as this is insane. You get what do you get? You get the 747 400 extended range, 400 freighter, 400 extended range freighter, 400 Boeing converted freighter, 400 combi, and 400 domestic, with all of them ranging anywhere from 1 to 3 engine options. It's that right there is just ridiculous value for money, in my opinion. Ambassador 9, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the flight, my friend. But yeah, so that, in my opinion, yes, 60 liveries as well. I mean, let me bring this up real quick, because for those of you who have not actually seen this, it's a bit insane. Let me bring it up real quick. Let me open up the operations center and see if I have the right. I do. So here we go. Here's the operations center. So if we go 747, I have very few liveries at the moment, but actually, what am I talking about? That's just for one variant. There's all the different variants you can get. So you got 400 BCF domestic, extended range freighter, and combi. And with those, you've got, what do we got? Here's the 400 liveries, so we've got a ridiculous amount of those, including the retro livery for Air New Zealand, which is awesome. They have the wrong engines on it though, so I might have to talk to them about that. Well, if you're looking for a PMDG product for X-Plane, I've heard that the DC, is it a DC6 or a DC8? I can't actually remember. I've heard that's actually really good, so you might want to look into that. But there's all these liveries for the 400. You got liveries for the 400 BCF. You got the Japan domestic liveries. You got the Qantas extended range. Interesting fact: the only airline that ever ordered extended range variants of the 747-400 was Qantas. They're the only operator of them, except for my virtual airline, of course, and probably some other virtual airlines are going to add them in. Yeah. You got the extended range freighter, you got the normal freighter, and then you got the combi as well. There's a ridiculous amount of liveries for this, just straight out of the box. And we all know the community is going to be right on top. Right, they're already going to be into it, making more and more liveries. So, but yeah, so that's us. We took off from Sydney, went to Auckland, and then took an experimental flight into Wellington, which ended up going quite well. I'm absolutely amazed with this aircraft. Unfortunately, I won't be streaming for the next couple of days. My next stream, Zakira, no, I won't be streaming anymore. It's already 10:31 PM in the evening, and I do need to get sleep because I do have work tomorrow. Because unfortunately, I didn't have enough notice on when they were going to release this. If they'd announced the release date earlier, I totally would have booked leave for the rest of the week. But alas, they didn't. So I'm stuck with working for the rest of the week. My next stream, my next stream is going to be Saturday. So it's Wednesday now. So my next stream will be Saturday evening. Probably do some more 747 flights. The question is, okay, so unfortunately that NZ Sunday night ops event that I normally fly, Saturday night ops event that I normally fly on Saturday is not going to be able to support the 747, so we won't be doing that. So my next stream, Saturday evening, my normal time, which is what is it now? 10:32 PM my time. I normally start about 6:30. Normally about 6 o'clock, 6:30. So I'll be my normal time. What we will probably do is we will probably fly the first Millennium Air 747 from the factory in Painfield down to Auckland. It'll be a sim-rated flight, obviously, to get it done in time. But that's what I plan on doing. So thank you once again for everyone who did follow tonight. You are all absolutely amazing. Thank you for everyone who stayed around and chatted. It does help make the flights a little less boring. The only streamer that I don't have to convert time zones. Yeah. Also, if you guys are wondering, if you guys do forget when my next stream is going to be, I have my channel feed turned on. So if you just look down there, you should see the channel feed, and I make sure to post all of my stream times in there as soon as I know them. But yeah, so thank you for everyone who watched us, who came and watched tonight. Thank you everyone who followed tonight. You are all absolutely amazing people. Thank you for everyone who stayed, who stuck around and chatted. I will tell you what, you make the flights a lot less boring when you got people to talk to versus just sitting there and staring out the window. I've given you the next stream info. I'm still speechless at how good this is, but I do need to get some sleep. So thank you everyone for watching. Good night.